But she knows what's going on.
Yeah, now she can. Now she's all set. Okay. Yep.
She's ready?
Yep. It's on
Okay.
YouTube.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to call the select board meeting to order on Tuesday, February 28th at 6:41 PM. So welcome, everybody. So before we get started, we've got a technical problem here. So we're going to try to make this work, same way planning board did last night. So for those that are in the Zoom audience, we are going to basically take one of our local microphones and put it up to one of the laptops as you talk. So it should work. It may be a little bit awkward, but we're hoping it's going to work. It did last night with some feedback, I guess. Okay. All right. So sorry. Okay, we're going to start off with our normal public comment for items that are not on the agenda tonight, and it's 3 minutes per topic. Come on up, Mr. Trill. Up there.
Mimi Luttrell, 19 Oregon Road, speaking as a resident, not for the planning board. I implore this board to facilitate public hearings on the Hopkinton water connection. If we've learned anything from the St. Mark's Triangle debacle, it's that big projects need to be vetted in public. And I hear from a previous select board meeting that we're close to signing an agreement, yet there's so many questions that haven't been answered. What roads are going to be affected, when, for how long? What does that 23 feet on top of that water tower look like? We should be running, flying balloons so people know what that looks like. Does this overlap with the Corderville Road project? Are we going to pave Corderville Road and then dig it up to put water pipes down it? Is this method in the best interest of Southborough to connect to Hopkinton? I know we're going with the Hopkinton engineer's assessment, but we haven't done a peer review to see if it's in our best interest. So I just think that this needs to be vetted in public. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Public comment? Anybody? No. Okay. We're going to start off with the scheduled poll hearing for 8 Brigham Street. Mr. Purple.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Southborough Select Board shall hold a public hearing Tuesday, February 28th, 2023, 6:30 PM in the McAuliffe Hearing Room of the Southborough Townhouse, 17 Common Street, Southborough, Mass. Consider a petition by Mass Electric Company, National Grid, and Verizon New England Incorporated to install one joint-owned pole on Brigham Street to service a house at 8 Brigham Street. Meeting may also be listened to or viewed by the public through a link located at www.southboroughtown.com/remote meetings. Southborough Select Board, February 14th, 2023. Madam Chair, members of the board, we were informed earlier, I believe it was yesterday, that National Grid will not have a representative here this evening. I think a lot of that is due to what they're dealing with outside, which isn't as much as we thought it was, but still is enough to keep their representatives busy. They intend to have other things on our agenda for March 21st and would ask that that this hearing be continued until March 21st.
Any questions? So motion to continue the poll hearing for 8 Brigham Street to March 21st.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? 0. All right. Okay. Is she? She is.
She is.
I can we bring her over? Michelle, let us know. There you are. Can you hear us?
Well, I gotta have you stop talking. So I can...
Okay, before you do that.
Okay.
Okay, she can hear us. We
Yes.
can't hear her. Okay, Michelle, we're going to turn off our mics in a second and let you talk. So welcome. We are going to take turns saying hello to you, possibly asking you questions, and then we'll vote on your appointment to the Historic Commission. So that's what's going to happen.
So Michelle, if you can hear us, please unmute yourself and you should be able to talk.
Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michelle Hokinson. I live at 10 Main Street. Although I'm not a native of Southborough, I have spent the last 30 years in town. We've raised our family here.
Okay,
and
so
my-
let me ask the board.
Go ahead. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. We purchased a Greek Revival 30 years ago and have been working diligently to preserve its character since. I would like to become an active member of the Historic Commission to help preserve, educate, and promote historically significant buildings, structures, sites, and neighborhoods in town. I believe you have my CV there.
We do.
I don't know if you have any questions for me.
So Michelle, because of our technical problems tonight, we're probably going to truncate this a little bit. We've got your resume in front of you. We've got a letter from the chair of the Historic Commission recommending you for appointment. So I'm going to ask the other members of the select board if we do have any questions for Michelle tonight before we go to appoint. Sam,
I'm fine with Mr. Miller's recommendation. So thank you.
Andrew,
I just wanted to ask, Ms. Hoganson, are you familiar with kind of some of the, the recent history and issues involving the implementation of the demolition delay bylaw? And if you just had any perspective on that?
I do have to tell you, I know of it. I am not as familiar as I probably should be, but I can read more into that. So my apologies.
Okay. Thank you.
so I'm going to make a motion to appoint Michelle Hawkinson to the Historic Commission for a term ending 24? 6/30/24.
Second,
Second. Sam was second. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor? 5-0. Okay, Michelle, congratulations. You are officially appointed to the Historic Commission. You'll need to see the town clerk and be sworn in a pretty short time. What's the time? 30 days?
I believe it's 30 now, yes.
So I'm sure the Historic Commission is looking forward to working with you. We've got most of them sitting here in front of us right now. Thank
Sounds
you.
like there's many projects. Thank you.
Does that fill you up?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good. Okay, next item on the agenda is to talk about approving the fiscal year 2024 operating budget. So does the operating budget, not the water budget, does the operating budget. And we're trying to do this because advisory is going to vote tomorrow night on the same budget. And we're trying to take our votes, they know where we stand, so they can take that into account as they vote. Okay, so everyone saw the slight changes that were made this afternoon. I mean, they were really peanuts. But the one we have in front of us tonight that was distributed around 4 o'clock or so is the one that advisory has and the one they will also be voting on. So it is the same tentative budget for fiscal year 24. Okay, so you saw Brian's memo. There's still a couple of things that are outstanding. There's nothing we can do about them. They'll come in over time. We may have to amend the budget on town floor if a couple of things change before then that we don't get, but we're trying to make this the final budget to be printed in the warrant that will go to the printers on March 7th. Okay. Anybody want to talk about the budget anymore? Or we think we've talked to you and talked about it?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
So I just, before we vote, I know Mr. Pfaff's in the audience. I haven't seen a lot of discussion around from advisory on the budget. I know we had our joint meeting with them. I'd like to know if, what their thoughts are on the budget specifically, and I'd like to hear kind of where they're at, I guess,
All right,
before we,
let's bring them over.
okay. So Andrew, I'm going to promote you to panelists. And then I'm going to go on mute and let you talk. So I'll let you know when I'm ready.
So now the plan is if advisory votes tomorrow and has a difference in the budget in any place, we would meet on the 7th and try to resolve them so that we still go to the printer with the budget that advisory wants to recommend to town meeting. So there wouldn't have to be an amendment on the floor like there was last year.
Okay.
Okay.
So Andrew, I'm gonna give me 3 seconds to get you on.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So advisory obviously hasn't taken a official position on it, but so I'll speak to, as myself and kind of hopefully the consensus of the group. But we had our joint meeting, we reviewed the budget, we reviewed them in our other meetings. I think that where we're at is about as good as we're going to get with a level service budget, unless we cut programs. Especially with the split. So I don't see any edits probably that come out of our meeting tomorrow. Obviously, we have to vote on it as a committee, but I think the items at which we had some reservations have been removed. So I think that was good. But so far, I think the budget is unfortunately higher than I would like, but as good as we're going to get without cutting significant services.
Okay. Thanks, Andrew. I'm all set with Andrew. Yeah.
Okay, so I think it's probably worthwhile letting everyone know where we stand at this moment, what we think the increase in taxes is going to look like, especially to houses. So the overall budget increase is relatively mild. I think we've done a great job in trying to keep the overall increase in expenditures down. It's 2.3% year over year. In a year where inflation was 6, 7, 8%, I think that's quite outstanding. However, there's always another side, which is the impact to houses is going to be worse because we believe house prices went up between 1/1/22 and 1/1/23 by 12%. And we think commercial real estate went down 4%. So there's a 16% divergence between the valuations, which means more of the tax levy is going to fall to residences than it did the year before, which makes the expected increase to house tax increases about 6%, 5.99 to be exact. So we might as well say 6%. And I think it does any good to call it 5.99. I know we tried to keep 6 on the front number, but it's 6. So that's where we are, at least for the moment. There's still other things that have to happen after town meeting to determine the actual levy that are out of our control also, but that's what town meeting will be told. Looks like it's a 6% year over year increase to the average house tax bill for the year. All right, anything else? Lisa, go ahead.
I'd just like to add, Kathy, that like to thank the finance team for all of the hard work that they put into the budget going into this year, knowing where it was at. We asked a lot of them and they did step forward and do a great job. So unfortunately, it's not where I'd like it to be, but it, as Kathy said, it kind of is what it is. And but again, just thank you to the finance team.
Sam?
Yeah, no specific questions. We've been around this many times. I think it would be helpful. I think this is going to be posted or is available on the town website, Mark. So folks are interested in the details.
Yes.
They can look at the details, but it has been a strong effort, as Kathy suggested, to find a way to hold the tax rate for average house down as much as possible, yet not cut services that are very important, particularly during the times that we have now economically. So as good as we can do, but not perfect. No questions. Thanks.
Andrew?
I'll echo what a lot has been said. This is the product of a lot of work to this point, and this is probably as good as we're going to get. But just 2 things I would mention. I started to, as I was thinking about it, because this is compared to prior years, a higher increase than we've had before, thinking about what are some of the main drivers of the overall increase and just being prepared to explain them at town meeting. And some of the ones that I came up with were just inflation, increases in energy prices, The Breakneck Hill project remediation, just an necessary increase in capital expenditures. This is the first year of the new collective bargaining agreements that were approved last year. So those are the some that I thought of. I don't know if people have others that they think are kind of primary drivers of it. And it really is, just worth commenting on just how remarkable it is that I'm glad we did this exercise to be conservative about this, but that the finance team's estimate is there's going to be a 4% reduction in the overall assessed value of commercial industrial CIP class. And it's just remarkable that that's happening. So I do think that going forward, we should do something systematically about it to try to turn things around. And looks like it's not going to happen in spring of 2023, but I think it's really that number is pretty striking. So I think we should do something about it going forward.
So a couple more things that I think we should point out before we vote on this, and then Mr. Purple's going to add something. The ARPA committee that was formed to basically recommend how to use the roughly $3 million that we got from the federal government to help offset the impacts of the pandemic. We have followed the recommendations pretty much down the line, except in one case we deviated. But one of their buckets was to put some money in for general tax relief. So this year we have used $500,000 of that $3 million toward offsetting one-time items to try to keep this increase more palatable. So it would have been much higher if we hadn't done that. So we did do that. So we've used a big chunk of that bucket with the fiscal year 24 proposed budget. Okay.
So just to respond to a few things Andrew said, though, Breakneck Hill, we're bonding, correct? So that's not going to hit the tax rate this year. So that has nothing to do with the 6% increase. And this is the second year of the CBA. So that was already baked into FY23 budget. So that would also not be a direct correlation to the increase. And capital actually went down year over year. And as Kathy just said, we used $500,000 for one-time expenses. So I would just caution anybody listening to this that by using the 500,000 towards capital, we're actually creating a bigger hole for capital next year. And the hope is that by doing it this year with the swing, this is the last year of a big swing. So we're hoping it's going to even out, but we can't predict the future. So I just caution everybody that we got it down to 6%, but I still think that we could have an issue next year unless Mr. Stivers is willing to give up his 250,000 from National Grid towards FY25's budget, which Sam, if you're not catching on, I'm going to make a motion soon about that. But I just think that I would ask advisory in their report to town meeting that they make sure that they point out some of these things, because I think if people don't understand what we did, it's going to be confusing for next year. So
all good points, but the CBAs or schools are in this one. So
okay, so that's fine. But I
that was in
think
there.
you meant the town.
So every year there's always something. There's always something unusual that you got to fight. You never have a perfect year. So we will see. You can't predict the future, huh?
No.
Okay, that's too bad. All right, Mr. Purple.
Thank you. So just quickly, I do want to acknowledge the board's comments and thanks for the finance team. We do a nice job, and Carl and Brian and Paul, really do a nice job. I think they're some of the best that I've had in my career. So I do appreciate their efforts, and I'm glad that the board does as well. I do want to point out if there is one negative about this budget right now, it's, you all know we have a new governor and have not formally released her first budget yet, but did release some preliminary data on the cherry sheet estimates. We're only up about $3,000, right? Now, I took a look through some other communities. Some other communities are up 5, 6,
It's what?
well,
Percent or
100,000, no, 100, 100,000, 50, 70, $80,000. I mean, we went up about little over $10,000 on the on the, I'm sorry, we went up, yeah, about $10,000 on the receipts. And then had to give back about 7,500 on the charges side. So again, you know, it was only about $3,000. So a little disappointing that we're not seeing something better. Maybe the final numbers once, you know, usually the governor's budget sets the floor, not the ceiling. And maybe the House and the Senate will attempt to do something a little bit more for us, but and the school assessment was even worse. The school assessment, they lost about $80,000.
And by school assessment, what do you mean specifically?
The Northborough, Southborough assessment for and the biggest, I think the biggest driver was the regional transportation where they took the biggest loss. So it was pretty flat on the other numbers. So again, was hoping that that would help to give us a little bit of bump, help to drive this tax rate down a little bit. You know, we traveled this budget process with a flat local aid number, and I'm glad we did because that's really where we ended up. So
Maybe we should get our legislators to take a look at how we fared relatively to other communities.
Well, in all seriousness, when we had Jim McGovern come in to talk to us, he said the state is awash, and that was his verb, awash in money. Start, you know, trying to find out, you know, let us know what you need. So I don't get this. Maybe she's just being really conservative. It's the first year and but
But
this
the
is
governor-
surprising. I mean, a year of inflation of 6 or 7% to give us literally zero, just makes no sense. Okay, so it is what it is for now. Legislature hopefully will be more generous. Okay, anything else anybody want to say before we vote on where we are tonight on the budget so that we hopefully will have this ready for the warrant? Yeah. All right, so I'll make the motion based on what we have in front of us to basically support a proposed expenditures of 61,496,888 for the fiscal year 24.
Second,
Any further comment? All in favor? Okay, 5-0. All right. Okay, we now are going to ask the planning board to join us to talk about a couple of warrant articles. Yeah, why don't you, who's with you? Deb? And Jesse. So why don't you guys, come on, because you may all want to be able to talk to the microphone. And then I'll let you call your meeting to order. Yeah, so we're going to bring Marnie over into as a panelist, so she'll be here. No, so Andrew's not coming, Amy? Okay. Okay, oh, that's right, I remember. No. Okay, so Marnie, you want to call your meeting to order? Here she is.
Right, I just want to call a meeting of the Southborough Planning Board to order. We have Ms. DeMaria, Mr. Stein, and myself, Ms. Luttrell here, and Ms. Houlihan is via Zoom.
Thank you. So welcome. Thank you for coming. So what we wanted, we worded this broadly so we can talk about articles that we think that are in our both of our interests as far as town meeting goes. But we want to start out with the articles that you specifically sponsored, which are 26 and 28. What I'll call the trees article and the scenic roads article. As everyone probably remembers, this will be the third time that both of these have been on the warrant. The first time was a year ago, May of 22. And at the request of select board, planning board graciously postponed those two because we were running out of time. We were going to have to go to a third night if we didn't do something. So you guys agreed to do that, brought them back to the special town meeting on October 13th. And then did you vote on the trees? Did you table them both?
Just scenic roads.
Okay, so you voted on trees and it failed, and then you postponed scenic roads. Okay, well, you know, try again, right? Okay, so we're here tonight, and we just want you to tell us, well, let's start with trees, and I think maybe you should focus on what's changed since we saw it last. What you heard from town meeting that maybe struck a chord, and as far as what we're here now, rather than go through the whole thing again unless somebody wants to. I mean, I think we're pretty familiar with most of what's here. But your call.
So what has changed is there were some amendments that were requested by select board members that were going to be made on the floor at town meeting. Those have been added into the bylaw. And any reference to the drip line, which caused great angst at town meeting, has been removed. So there's no permit required for excavation or construction within the drip line. And the definition has been removed from the definitions.
Okay. Anything else as far as feedback from town meeting that you wanted to address besides that one?
No, that was the main thing. Everything else follows very closely, either Mass General Law, Chapter 87 or Chapter 40, Section 15C.
What about the issue that Ms. Fana raised as far as septic system, and you got an issue with the tree and septic system? I don't remember exactly what the issue was. She's here tonight. She could clarify if you don't remember, but I know she had an issue too. So
Well, it was brought up in regards to the drip line.
Right.
And work on a septic system that's in the drip line of a public shade tree.
right, so removing the drip line may satisfy that one too.
Yes.
I thought there was one other change that was in the version that was considered at the fall town meeting, the prohibited activities included cutting or poisoning tree roots, and here it's just reduced to poisoning.
Oh,
tree
you're
roots.
correct. Yes.
So that addressed one of the concerns
Yes.
about the septic system issue.
So it's gone from cutting and poisoning to poisoning?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Sam?
I actually have been following this for quite a while, and I think this is a much improved version. And again, I believe it does deal with a number of the concerns that have been raised. So I'm cautiously optimistic that it'll get approved. I think it's a good thing. Thank you.
And I went through this. Sam had some little edits that didn't change. Doesn't change the bylaw, but some references were incorrect, and he went through it with a fine tooth comb that we went through today.
Again, there were some inconsistencies, but no substantive changes that I think might have been an issue at town meeting, but hopefully that'll get corrected and before it gets printed. So.
There's three. Okay. All right. Lisa?
Thank you. And thank you for coming tonight. I appreciate it. I think a lot of work has gone into this. I think you've listened to town meeting, what they said. And I think this is, as you said, Mimi, this is really close to, if not pretty consistent with what Mass General Law calls for. So I thank you for listening, for making the changes, and I look forward to supporting it.
Thank you. I just have one question I thought I read in here, and maybe I was not looking at the current version, on a 1-for-1 tree replacement. Is that actually outlined in the bylaw?
I don't think 1-for-1 is in there.
It's not, okay,
Yeah, I think it's just replacement.
okay. And so then
Yeah.
so the tree replacement in section J will be defined outside of this bylaw, and I just want to make sure there's no conflict between section J and reference to a 1-for-1 replacement.
Actually, J does have, each tree will be placed with one public shade tree for each public shade tree removed in J. But
So-
it doesn't actually talk about size specifically. So
Right.
That was a concern for me originally. way back
Right.
then.
So that is your intent to have it be a 1-for-1 in the tree replacement policy, and you'll define more specifics in that? Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
So before I get to my kind of big picture question, we still need to get the tree policy finalized. You know, it came a long way, but it's still in draft form. So we never finalized it. So we need to take that back up after town meeting and get it done. We know we have made yeoman's progress as far as getting trees down. And I think everybody's pleased with the reports we get from Chris Leroy as far as where things are in the spreadsheet is. But you know, it's not like we're done and then we're done. It's going to be a continuing process. So we should keep up the good work as far as getting trees down. So that we don't lose that momentum. So I still think that if I were you, I assume you're going to get up and explain the article like you did last time. So I still think you've got to answer the overarching question, which is if most of this is already in chapter 87, then why do we need a new bylaw? I still think you're going to answer that, ask that question. So I'm just trying to give you a chance to practice the answer to that because I think it's legitimate. If you already got state law, then why do we need to add a new bylaw? What are you getting out of the bylaw that the state law doesn't give you?
Well, more clarity, more definitions. The state law is like the foundation, and this builds on that foundation and offers more clarity to the state law of how things will work best here in Southborough. And has been a lot of misunderstanding on what state law meant and what our obligations were under state law, and many required many town council opinions. So this clarifies all of that. So we know exactly what our obligations are and we know exactly what we should and should not be doing.
All right, good answer.
And it also pulls it into one place.
Yeah.
So the state law is in a variety of places in Mass General Law. So this gets it in one document that somebody can sit down and read and understand all the implications of what they might need to consider for tree work. So I think that's very helpful for communication, transparency as well.
So does anyone else from the planning board want to comment on the proposed tree bylaw? Jesse?
Yeah.
Deb? Marty?
So I support the warrant article and thank you for your great work. And I hope that this will prevent some of the problems that we've had in this town as far as loss of trees, unnecessarily and preventable. Thank you.
So I support the bylaw. Also, I'm hoping that we have more consistency because I think that our practices have been inconsistent, even though we have Mass General Law. I think this makes it really clear for the town. Thanks.
Marnie, do you want to say something? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Just a couple seconds we're struggling tonight technologically.
You're good.
So thank you. Applaud Mimi for driving this initiative. And I would agree with the comments that have been made. It is a much more simple bylaw that's being proposed that doesn't, require an elaborate understanding of legal writing. It is clear and articulate, and it very much lines up to the state regulations. And so I think hopefully the town will appreciate the work that Mimi's put in to simplify this, so it's much more easy to digest, as well as to enforce and follow. So I also support this as a planning board member. Thank you.
Thank you, Marnie. All right, there are several people, it's not a quorum, but there's 3 for advisory that are here listening too, so they are here and what you've got to say too. So you may, I don't know if they're going to invite you separately, but they're at least listening tonight. And that's why they're listening, is because they wanted to hear what you have to say tonight too. Okay, so anything else on the proposed tree bylaw? Okay, so right now that article is, I believe, number 26. Yeah, 26. We've got 15 articles that are proposed for the consent agenda. So I don't know what that means. We start at 1 o'clock, break at 5, come back at 7. So we might get to it before 5 o'clock. I'm not sure, but my guess is if we don't, it'd be pretty soon after we come back after the dinner break, as far as when we get to it, as far as timing goes. Okay. The plan wasn't to vote on this tonight, but we could. Does everybody ready for vote on this one as far as taking our position? Okay, Andrew?
Yeah, I just had one other thought. it doesn't really affect the vote here, but just something to consider is whether, are there additional responsibilities under the bylaw that are being put under the tree law, the tree warden designee? This is the actual person who is delegated to basically be the tree warden, right? And that's currently Mr. Leroy, right? So one thing to think about maybe going forward is, does this add additional responsibilities to what he is in charge of, and is there a budget consideration to that? It's not something which is reflected in our current budget, but it's something just to think about going forward.
I don't think there's.
I thought there was a stipend for that,
It was like $4,000, right?
right? Yeah, so.
But I think that he's currently doing
Mhm.
pretty much everything. Other than the tree planting program, which I think the planning board's gonna try and work on setting the guidelines for that, but everything else he's already doing. And most of which is, required under Mass General Law.
Okay, thank you.
So Andrew Pfaff wants to be brought over.
Yeah.
So he's there now? So Andrew, we
Go ahead, Kathy.
took a look and it doesn't look like you have a quorum, so do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, it'd still be good to at least get I think there's three of us, if there is questions, have them asked, and then hopefully we don't need planning board or Mimi to come to our meeting and we can have enough information.
I agree. I was just because you did, my point was you didn't.
Yeah, we don't have a
my
quorum,
point
but we
was you
can at
don't have
least,
to call your meeting to order, not that you shouldn't
Correct.
ask questions. Okay,
Right.
so you're on.
sure. Hey, Mimi. Yeah, let me turn my camera.
But I wouldn't want
Um,
to come to advisory, Andrew, just for the record.
I was hoping we could kill two birds with one stone tonight, but we don't have quorum, but at least hopefully the three of us can, Tim's on and Marcy's on. And if you guys have questions, please raise your hand and ask them. One question I had is looking through the enforcement. It goes through Mass General Law, Chapter 87 and Mass General Law, Chapter 242 or Chapter 4021D. Both of those have a maximum fine of one's $500, one's $300. So is that the only penalty? Because it does reference, you need to pay the fee for the tree. So if for whatever reason somebody cut down a tree, I mean, besides the Chapter 242 remedies in terms of going to court, the fines in here in enforcement don't list anything having to do with the replacement of the tree. So there's a fee that you can charge if you want to have a tree taken down, but if you took the tree down without going through the process, I read this as the penalty would be either a $300 or a $500 fine, depending on which section we're using.
Well, under enforcement, the fines are subject to the tree warden designees regulations, which are approved by the select board and the planning board.
So
Yeah, but
TBD
Yeah.
fines.
but you haven't defined the fines. So the fines are TB. So the TB. Okay, so that's and this was my issue with the bylaw before is there's no maximum fine in that tree bylaw designee fine. And there's no definition in the bylaw or a separate definition that's being presented as part of this bylaw to be approved.
So the fines have not been set, but the maximums are set under Mass General Law.
Okay. So we're passing the fines through chapter 87 or the chapter 242, which is either $300 or $500 fines. But that's a dollar fine. It has nothing to do with a tree. But if somebody cuts down a tree and we're asking them to replace a tree, all they can do is give us a fee of $500. That's the part I'm losing traction on. Because it's fine, under this bylaw. So we don't know what the fines paid under this bylaw are at all. Under chapter 87, it's $500, and after 242, it's $300.
So, Andrew, I mean, the public hearing is still open.
Okay.
So we have at least one more meeting before town meeting. Oh, I see. Well, we could add. One sec, please.
Yep, no worries.
It's fair to just add their enforcement.
And we could table it and take it offline. I don't mind doing that. That was one thing that I saw.
So Jesse, you guys going to try to clarify this at the next meeting?
Well, we'll try and clarify it now because our next meeting is the 13th of warrant.
I think that we can fix this really simply by adding under section M, number 5. Per Mass General Law 87 or MGLC 242, a maximum of $500 shall be paid to the town of Southfield. Does that not address, Mr. Pfaff, did you hear me?
Yeah, I did. It was a little tough, but I heard you.
To that extent, would that not alleviate the issue?
I think that alleviates the enforcement part. I'm just worried about in the section. Hold on one second. I think I lost it. The section that talks about the fee for the replacement of the tree. If somebody doesn't pay that fee, basically, what is the enforcement mechanism? It would be just this $500.
Fine shall not exclude $500. Which section are you looking at? I don't have it.
Shall not exceed $500.
Yeah.
So, Andrew, are you referring to the tree policy? Is that what you mean?
I think it was the bylaw. I'll pull it up again.
I doubt if Andrew's even seen the policy.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about section J.
Yeah, section J. So it says you will pay, where is it? Sorry.
So yeah, just personally, I think that we could address that in the policy after this is ratified and approved.
Okay, sorry, I was thinking G4. The requester shall pay a non-refundable fee. Like, I don't know if that fee is considered part of enforcement. But I guess that's only if you're requesting for a fee to be taken down, not the enforcement if you do it. Like, I wasn't sure if somebody took down a public shade tree, were they then, without going through the request process, would this DBH fee come into consideration as part of the enforcement? But Jesse, we could take it offline if we don't need to go through it right now.
Well, the issue is, we're concerned about the timing of this. And if possible, if we can wrap this up in the next couple of minutes, maybe we can just fix it.
Jesse, can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Maybe you tie the two pieces together, G and J, and talk about in J saying something to the fact that the fine is this, plus any fee due under G4 for replacing a tree that has been removed inappropriately.
So change section J.
J to refer back to G4 as possible add-on.
To refer back to G4 and then put the max of 500 in.
Yeah,
G4.
the max is 500 plus any fee due under G4. I mean, it seems to me to be fair in the sense that somebody cuts down a tree, you replace it and, pay $500. I don't know, I haven't, looked at it as a whole here, but that seems to me to be a way to deal with it, to connect the two.
But what I think, Sam, what I'm looking for is what is the legal precedent that allows us to charge that level of money?
Andrew, I would distinguish between a fine and a replacement fee.
But if you didn't pay the
And
replacement
I'm
fee,
not a lawyer, so I don't.
right? It's a non-refundable fee that if I said I wasn't going to pay,
Andrew, I have to shut you off when Sam's talking, so we just missed what you said, so I'm gonna put you back on now.
oh, sorry. I was just going to say, I think the question is if somebody didn't pay, they requested a non-refundable fee to be paid and they didn't pay, what is the enforcement action to collect that fee?
Well, we wouldn't take down the tree, all right? Do you have an answer for that?
If they don't pay their.
I mean, I would be looking at that as the way the zoning code enforcement officer would address any unpaid fine,
Any fee.
whatever that process is. I'm not familiar with it off the top of my head, but it would seem to me to fall into that category.
But if someone wants to take down a public shade tree that's in front of their yard, and they come to us or come to and apply like they should, it's highly unlikely they're not going to pay it if they've come forward and say, I want to go do this and I want to follow the rules. I don't think you're going to have a whole lot of people that say, well, then I'm not going to do it after I've asked you if I could go do it.
Which is, of course, the whole point, is to
Yeah.
have a policy in place
Yeah.
for a public hearing.
And to be clear, the fee is only if the tree doesn't meet certain criteria. It's not a hazard and it's not impeding travel on the road. And there, several different criteria. So if it meets any of that criteria, at least one of those criteria, then there's, no fee. The town will remove the tree. But if it doesn't, and someone wants to remove, that's.
But if I have a healthy tree that I just don't like the way it looks, and it's a public shade tree and I cut it down, then in theory, it makes sense that I would need to replace it someplace.
Yeah.
Plus maybe pay a fine. And again, $500 in my mind is woefully insufficient if I cut down a 300-year-old oak tree that's 5 feet in diameter.
And Sam, that's where I was getting at the enforcement, right? If you cut down a tree and we're only talking about, I think one of the sections, you can take them to court and they can, see what did the loss of the tree cost from a timber perspective or from a replacement perspective, but it's up to the court to decide the value of that, not the tree warden designee. So it was a little confusing to me, and if it's confusing to me, it'll be confusing to the town meeting.
So we need to move on, but I'm still not sure where we've ended up on this.
I thought we were gonna take a vote on that.
Yeah.
I think what happened is you made a motion, we were ready to vote on it.
We haven't made a
Asked
motion
an
yet,
Extraneous question. Oh, no, then.
and we haven't done the
Let's
motion yet.
No, the advisories asking questions, sorry.
So Andrew, would you be more comfortable if we had a not to exceed $500 for the fine in the bylaw?
I would, but I also have the same concern that Sam does, that might be insufficient penalty, but I don't like an open-ended penalty. I don't like if somebody accidentally, cut down a tree that was large and had to pay to replace that size of a tree, it could be a substantial cost, in the tens, thousands of dollars, which I think is large. But I think 500 is too small from trying to stop people from just cutting it down without going through the process.
State law caps it at 1,000.
But depends on which chapter. But if you cut down a shade tree, if you cut down a tree on anyone else's property, there's what is it, section 242, chapter 7, which is if I did it on a private property, you can get triple damages if you did it on purpose, or regular single damages if you didn't know that it wasn't on your property, and then they come up with a dollar value based upon either the timber value or the replacement cost or the loss of value to your property, and then that's the fee you get there.
Okay, so M3, we're gonna change to fine a maximum fines of $500 shall be assessed and collected under MGLC 4021D process, as well as any fee for replacement due per section G. And then in section G, I don't know that we even need to clarify it any further than that.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Because the policy isn't done yet, and that's normal and typical for any of these kind of bylaws. The rules and regs get done after the fact, so.
And I think that gets us at least close to what we need, and then the regulations can clarify that, seems to me.
Yeah, I think the only question there somebody might ask is, well, what would that fee be in 5H, G4, I mean, but that would be part of the policy, right?
Agreed.
Yes.
You guys want to vote or?
Hold on, Marnie.
She said no.
Okay, Marnie, give me 1 second.
She's waving no.
Okay, go ahead.
She's fine. She's waving no.
Oh, you're fine. Sorry.
Mimi, do you need to take a vote? Are you done?
We're not gonna vote.
Okay.
Our public hearing is still open.
Okay, all right, so,
Other advisory questions?
okay, so Andrew, other advisory questions from you or Tim or Marcy? He's done?
I'm good, thank you.
So Marcy or Tim, can you raise your hand if you want to come over and talk about the tree proposed bylaw? Andrew's what? Again?
Andrew, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I don't, I see Tim just texted me. Marcy says no question, Tim says they're good.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so I think we're done on that one, okay? All right, so I will make a motion to support current Article 26, which is what I'm calling the tree protection bylaw, is written in front of us
As amended?
as amended.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? So you got a 5-0 vote on that one, okay?
That could be a liability, actually.
Sam, let's be positive here. Okay, all right, so there's that one. Okay, now let's go on to scenic roads. So go ahead, Mimi. I think this is Ms.
I can-
Okay, sorry, Marnie.
You ready for me? Great. So I hope not to take too much time on this. This is, I guess the second time we'll have presented this. You've seen this before. This has not changed since last meeting. The purpose for this meeting is we have 183 streets in town. 63% of them, or 115 streets, have been designated as scenic roads through 3 town meetings, 1975, 1978, and I'm going to forget the last one. And the last one, sorry, 1975, 1976, and 1978. In 1978, a precedent was set where all remaining streets that had not yet been designated to that point were designated scenic roads. And so for this meeting, what we're attempting to do is to designate the 68 remaining streets, roads in town that are not numeric or state roads as scenic roads. And the reason being is the scenic road designation per MGL Chapter 40, Section 15C, provides any road that's designated a scenic road special protection of stone walls and trees. And so it provides yet another security blanket around our streets for both the stone walls and for the trees. So the rationale behind this is that when we think of scenic, I would advise you not to think of the scenic road definition that comes to mind as bucolic and beautiful and picturesque, but rather as an administrative designation to help the town manage expectations that scenic roads that now we have 63%. So what we're looking to do again is to find the 37% that aren't, to make them scenic, to allow those to be managed as scenic roads, which would require the joint tree warden and planning board hearings for any modification to changes to any of the trees, public shade trees, not private, and any stone walls that are in the public right of way. And so the impact is 0 on residents. It really just simplifies how the town manages trees and stone walls. So it's a process to request hearing that doesn't change. And while all streets would be designated scenic, it helps the town manage the logistics. So right now, Chris Leroy has to really go in and figure out, of the 183 streets right now, which ones are scenic, which ones aren't. How do I process to manage these streets versus those streets? And really, again, the point here is administratively, let's just make them scenic streets and make it very easy for the town on the DPW side to manage and administrate. And so the planning board and the tree warden can continue to do the good work that I think we've seen happen over the last year and a half since we've, raised the red flag, and it's been working pretty well. And we're hoping to do that with the remaining streets. So I'll leave it there. And if you have any questions.
Okay, so I'll start this one. So Marnie, let me just push back for a second on your comment just then about this is administratively easier. I think you could take the opposite case if you wanted to. Chris Leroy can look at a list and see what's scenic road. I don't think that's that hard to know which ones are, which ones aren't. But what I think the impact of this is right now, correct me if I'm wrong, there's really no protection on stone walls that are on non-scenic roads. Does everybody agree with that? Okay. There is protection for trees on the public way because that's select board, right? So the trees are protected. It's not planning board and select board, it's select board as tree warden. So trees do have protection, but does not by both groups. It's the walls that don't have any protection as far as roads go. So Marnie, my question to you is, I know you hate this one, and I know you've gone around, looked at almost every street. How many of the streets that are not currently scenic roads would you guess, and this is the guess, have stone walls on them?
And I'd have to pull up my spreadsheet, but I did do that. I don't have it at the top of my head. There were 8 criteria, which were trees in the public right of way, stone walls in the public way. And there were 6 other criteria that other towns around us used to assess scenic. And when I looked at that, most of the 68, the only way I said this is most of the 68 remaining streets had at least 2 of the criteria designated by other towns, but I can't tell you at this moment in time what percentage had stone walls or not.
It's
but
probably a fair amount, right?
Yeah, I think it's probably a fair amount, but I'd hate to make an assumption and be inaccurate.
So the impact of doing this is we have a hearing that would double the number of people at the hearing, right? We'd have two groups and not one. And then we would have a hearing for the first time on stone walls on streets that were not previously designated as scenic roads. So we'd have more hearings. So we're going to have to be efficient to do this, right? If we agree to do this, because it's going to require more hearings and require two different groups to schedule hearings together. Okay, so that's my question on that one. Andrew.
Yeah, I don't support this. I just have the same view that I had when this came up last time.
Sam.
Yeah, I think Marnie hit on the key point here. As I've talked to people and recall the town meeting conversations about this, I think people immediately think of scenic as you suggest, Marnie, in terms of the beautiful vista from the mountaintop kind of thing. And I would urge you to talk about it in the sense of protected road protection, protected road bylaw, in the sense that it adds a layer of protection. I think that we have been losing stone walls around town in a variety of ways over the years. I think that the additional layer of protection for both trees and stone walls here, in my view, is worth the extra work in terms of hearings and so forth. So I'm strongly in favor of this and would focus on the, again, protected roads description as opposed to scenic.
Lisa.
Thank you. So just for clarity, Mimi, on the Stonewall hearings, that's a planning board function. It has nothing to do with the select board. So all we would be doing is on the quarterly meetings we would be having for trees that we've talked about, they would just all be joint versus the selectmen having a hearing on some and planning board hearings on the other. So if I'm hearing right, Marnie, what you're looking for is consistency within hopefully the tree bylaw that's going to pass, that there's one set of rules for all. And I would think if the board is going to be having quarterly hearings on these roads anyway, I don't necessarily know what an extra set of eyes or scheduling a meeting that we're going to have for the scenic road trees anyway. It just seems easier to me to just schedule one set just for consistency. So is that a fair assessment, Marnie? Yeah, okay, thank you.
Chelsea.
So I've been not in favor of this all along. But I'm more open to it than I was in the fall. But I'm not ready to vote on it tonight, but I'm not as against it as I was before, Marnie. I don't know if that's helpful or not, but you're swaying me a little bit.
And I'm a little more in favor than I was last time too. So we average out here.
So I guess you're doing a good job, Marty.
Well, the problem is they've done so much work on this thing, but I will do what Chelsea says. I'm not for it yet. But this is really town meeting's call as far as I'm concerned. So I want to sit down, listen to what town meeting says. And then decide then, this is town meeting's vote. We're just 5 people at town meeting too. See what advisory says to town meeting as far as their recommendation goes. But I'm more swayed. I just, there's so much work that's been done on this. And I absolutely want walls to be protected. No doubt about it, stone walls mean a whole lot to this town. I just think we've got them already mostly protected with the roads that are already scenic roads. So we'll see what happens at town meeting on this
Just
one.
To that point, I think that there's one issue about protecting stone walls on streets that are part of the character of the town, and there's another about stone walls on subdivisions that were created in like 1994. So that's one of the reasons why I don't support it.
Okay, so Marty, if you may have your work cut out for you, got to keep, you're good at it. So we'll see what happens at town meeting on this one. All right, any other questions on?
Can I just make a comment?
Of course.
On the subdivisions, it appears to me that there were a lot of people that carefully planned those subdivisions to make sure that they had trees and stone walls. It struck me that when the discussion around Davis Farm Road.
Davis Road.
Davis
Road
Road.
was going on, that there was a discussion about removing the triangle or intersection.
Median.
Median
I think
line.
was in the public way, and that would have been a protected tree if that was considered a scenic road.
There's no trees in that median. That's all.
Wasn't there a tree in the median?
It's all, I live there, so I can, it's all kind of dead stuff. And that's the problem. There's
I thought there was
nothing
an
lives.
issue with somebody not watering the tree or something like
It's
that.
not a tree. It's just the whole, it's a long median. And it's just never been taken
Shrubs.
care of. So there's no trees.
Okay, so I apologize, but if there were a tree that, and it happened to be in the public way, that I think would be an example where there would be a little bit more protection than, for example, somebody coming in and just dismantling and ripping out walls, and trees to change the look of that intersection. So it does, I think, offer protection also, to subdivisions.
Jesse, you want to say anything?
Well, I'm really not prepared to, I was trying to pull up the code because I just know from experience on the planning board, we have had situations where we've had to mitigate the movement of stone walls. And I don't recall a situation in which the property owner came away, unhappy. I think that we've been able to resolve things both to the town's benefit and in a way that wasn't too much of an upset to the owner of the property. And I tend to lean toward preservation of our stone walls in general. So to me, I think to Marnie's point, this does simplify it by simply adding the remaining roads and streets that should have been there in the first place to that end. So I fully support it. I don't see a problem with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and there has been an issue with DPW knowing which streets are scenic and which aren't. There's a list now was compiled, but we just found out like 2 years ago, I think you found out that there was that vote in 1978. That was a town meeting vote that we should have been complying with, that we haven't been. So there has been confusion. This just makes it easier. There's just one process. You want to tree down, this is what is followed.
Fair point. Fair point. Okay. All right. So we're not going to vote on this one tonight. Okay. Well,
Any advisory questions?
I just can't see. Is Andrew?
No questions from advisory. Thank you.
That's what he said in the questions. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Anything else you guys want to talk about as far as planning board articles related? We're going to talk about the tree fund probably on the 7th as far as how to deal with that one. So we're not going to talk about that one tonight. So anything else you want to talk about?
Well, we're going to stay in session till
Okay. All right. Yeah, so thank you.
bitter end.
Yeah, thank you.
Well,
Specifically the memorandum of understanding, because we discussed that at last night's planning board meeting.
is that the next item?
No,
Oh,
sorry.
no,
Sorry.
You're committed.
We've actually got a long one coming up.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. All right. Okay, so next on the agenda, we've got an item that is going to involve several different groups. We're going to have several groups call their meetings to order. We're going to talk about the property at 5 Courtable Road. Okay, so we've got Historic Commission that's got a quorum. We've got Shopsy's got a quorum, Dorian. Okay, and then we've got the Affordable Housing Trust group that has a quorum that Lisa's going to call her. Okay, so Lisa, why don't you start with that one?
Great, thank you.
Why don't you explain what that is first, so everybody understands what you're calling to order here?
So the Affordable Housing Trust manages and has the ability to utilize CPC funds for property projects and whatnot having to do with affordable housing in the town. So where, say, for instance, Shopsy has a project that they want to bring to the Affordable Housing Trust. They don't have the ability to access funds. They don't have the ability to purchase real or sell real property. So that's where the Affordable Housing Trust comes in. And this is funds for the Affordable Housing Trust are done through the CPC. It's part of your 1% surcharge that you pay in on your tax bills. So the Affordable Housing Trust is made up of the 5 members of the Select Board and 2 citizens at large, which are currently Ms. Jasinski and Mr. Boland. So I call the Affordable Housing Trust in order at 7:51. All members are present, short of Mr. Boland.
And Mr. Boland was invited, so.
Yes, I invited him as well.
Okay, all righty. Okay, so Mr. Miller is here as Chair of the Historic Commission. So would you like to call your commission to order? Well, probably just so everybody can hear you.
I should make a small correction, Kathy. When you said to me earlier, something to the effect is I'd fill you up. I took that as a colloquialism for, are you happy? When you voted to approve.
Well, that's fine.
Ms. Hokinson.
That's fine.
But for the record, Ms. Hokinson will, when she's duly sworn in, will make a 6 of a possible 7. But the 5 current and sworn in members are here, myself, Annie Pfaff, Jim Blaschke, Keith Battles, and Grant Farrington. So I'll call the meeting of the Historical Commission to order at 7:52 p.m.
Thank you very much. Dorianne?
Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting of the Southborough Housing Opportunity Partnership Committee to order on Tuesday, February 28th at 7:52 p.m. We have 1 member missing, most of us are
You have 1 member what?
missing.
Okay, is everybody here and physically present? They're not on Zoom? Okay, so everybody's here, right, for both?
Unless you have Alex in the room somewhere. We're all here except for Alex.
Okay, well, that'll make it a little bit easier this time. Okay. All right. I think just sit where you are because there's not room to bring everybody up here. So we'll use the microphones as we need them. So let me tee this up before we get started. Okay, so we've invited members of the Historic Commission, SHOPC, and the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Committee to join us to discuss a house located at 5 Corderville Road. We have quorums present for all 3 groups, and therefore they have called their respective meetings to order. We've convened this group due to the potential common interest of us all in this house. It's located in a very prime location in Southborough and could have interest for historical reasons, for use as a town building, office, and or as a designation as an affordable unit. Therefore, it seemed to make sense to bring the myriad groups together whose charges are relevant. We did not invite CPC given the time restriction on purchasing this property, which Mr. Miller will explain in a moment. But our CPC also has interest in both historic preservation and community housing, so may also play a role going forward. So with that, I want to turn the discussion for the moment over to Mr. Miller to provide the background on where this house is at this moment.
Thank you. I appreciate both being invited. The Select Board inviting both Historical Commission, SHOPC, and that you all were here and willing to sort of listen to this. I want to give you just a quick background on the house itself and how historical sort of arrived at this point, because I think it's really important from a procedural standpoint that everybody understands how we got in the mix here. I actually heard from the home was owned by a man named Raymond Skip Hewling, and he was actually a 27-year employee at Fay School. He worked for both the facilities and the athletic departments, and as I understand, was really much loved and appreciated over there. And he was also late in life quite ill, unfortunately, and ended up really confined to his home, that he was very reluctant to leave because he was quite devoted to it. And I understand that Fay tried to provide him some support through his illness, and as well, actually, I'd just like to mention while I have the microphone that there's that program with the Board of Health and through the senior center to sort of send police or firefighters to elderly residents that needed help during COVID. And there was a firefighter that visited Mr. Hewling on a regular basis. And I know from the family that that was really much appreciated. And so I just wanted to mention that because I think it's a nice thing. But he passed away in August. And I heard actually about this house for the first time in September from Sandra Hewling, who is his personal representative handling the estate. That's a sister of Mr. Hewling who lives in California. And she inquired about the procedure with regard to the demolition delay bylaw, which gave me some sense that, you know, they were trying to figure out what to do with the house. And I responded day of, that was September 19th, just what the procedure was. I didn't hear anything again until November, and that's when the building department works well with the Historical Commission to notify us when an application goes into the system. So it's a nice system. I get notified automatically when the application goes in, and that came in on November 8th in the OpenGov system. And then the Historical Commission then has 10 business days to hold an initial meeting to make a determination whether the house is or is not one of two things, historically and or architecturally significant. So we held a meeting on November 17th, reviewed the information, and at that point, that's largely a procedural matter. And much of it is determined by the data that we have in the Massachusetts Cultural Resource Information System, the MACRIS database that we rely on quite regularly. And I did send, I've sent that material over to Shopsy, and I just sent it to the select board as well. And it provides, and citizens can look this up very easily, and it provides basically coverage in all the historic assets in town. So there's a nice several page report on this house. And because it falls, the demolition delay bylaw covers houses built before 1925. So this house is circa 1918. And there's a nice report on the house and notes the fact that it is, you know, a craftsman bungalow and rather distinctive home that, you know, it's noted in the MACRIS report that this is one of a handful of examples in Southborough of a long rectangular hip roof, one-story bungalow of about 1915. And there's a note that 76 and 85 Marlborough Road are others of a nearly identical design. I'd note that 76 Marlborough Road has been demolished, and it was replaced by a modern colonial built in 2016. So the only other remaining example of this type of house is at 85 Marlborough Road, and that example has been actually considerably altered. So this is the purest sort of example of the type of home that we have. It was formerly the east portion of a property connected to the Fairbanks house at 34 Main. That's exactly opposite. That's the house that's exactly opposite the front door of the library. Very, very pretty Queen Anne. And all those properties going down Corderville Road toward Corderville Hall were part of that Fairbanks property. In the early part of the 20th century, they were subdivided off and sold into, you know, smaller lots, and homes were constructed. So the MACRIS report concludes that, you know, meets several criteria of the National Register as a contributing property. And of course, as you know, we have the Southborough Downtown Historic District that was approved in December of 2022. And we're in the process of marking. And by the way, we've ordered the signs. I'm very happy to report ARPA money. Thank you. And that this, is one of Southborough's best examples of its building type, a hip roof, World War I era bungalow retaining authentic wood shingled siding and original windows and doors. It even includes a well-preserved hip roofed period garage. So largely based on that information and just visual from the sidewall kind of assessment, it was clear that the house qualified as both historically and architecturally significant. So in that November 17th meeting, we voted 5-0 to deem it thus. That triggers the requirement within 45 business days to hold a public hearing. that's when you determine whether or not the house is so-called preferentially preserved, which puts it under demolition delay for 9 months. So, you know, at that point now we're talking, we scheduled the hearing for January 5th. That's well within the 45 business days. And on December 19th, you know, I had been contacted by the demolition application was filed on behalf of the applicant by Kendall Holmes. And they had sort of brokered a very much contingent deal, which was worked out with Andrew Abu Realtors between the heirs and Kendall Holmes. And Kendall Holmes' application indicated that what they wanted to do was tear down the house and, you know, come back and build something modern, much larger, and so on. They were nice enough to provide access on December 19th. It was the access provided by Mike Howard of Andrew Abu Realtors. And that was a walkthrough for the Historical Commission for the sole and express purpose of evaluating it under the terms of the demolition delay bylaw. This is us doing our due diligence. It didn't have anything to do at that point with any other motives or ideas or whatever. We're just there to evaluate it, whether it deserves to stay or go, because, you know, the applicant indicates, you know, it's falling down and in danger and all that kind of stuff. And we have to go look and see for ourselves. So we went, I attended that walkthrough. Grant Farrington attended, and Annie Pfaff. Also in attendance on that day was the select board chair, Ms. Cook. And the reason she was very kind to come out on a cold December, I think that was a Monday, a week before Christmas at 10 o'clock in the morning, was because I felt that the sensitive location of that property, you know, directly across from Choate Field and Woodward, within sight of the community house, a chip shot to the town library, 2 doors down from Porterville Hall, 2 doors down the other way from the town-owned home at 1 Porterville Road, that it was a very, very sensitive location. And I felt that the executive body of the town, in terms of town government, should have this on the radar going forward, should we make a determination. One of the views that I have as chair of historical is that I do not believe in delay for delay's sake. And I think it's incumbent upon me in particular, and my commission to be, you know, if we do delay a property, to think proactively about possibly what could be done with it. At the same time, I'm trying not to get out in front of my skis or to make any assumptions or to intrude on any other board or commission's territory, but just to think about it. So I invited Ms. Cook. She very graciously came, walked through the house. We don't get to deliberate, of course. It's strictly a site visit. We have to be mindful of OML. We looked at it. We chit-chatted about the weather, and we all went our separate ways. The hearing was held on January 5th. At that point, it was, you know, an open hearing. People spoke. The representatives from Kendall Holmes spoke at length about the house. We discussed it. We, you know, weighed the information, the site observations of the 3 members that made it. I also took photos, which I distributed internally to the Historical Commission. I want to point out that I did not show those photos in the public hearing. And that was out of respect for Mr. Hewling's privacy and a sense of dignity. The man was quite ill. He was, the house had a lot of debris and personal items in it that had accumulated during his illness. He had to move his bedroom to the front room. He was using a scooter apparently to get from his bed to the bathroom, which is about 15 feet. I mean, you know, it was a tough story. And so out of respect for the family and for their privacy, I circulated those photos only internally, just so, again, the members that weren't able to attend could see what conditions were. And it made it, of course, it makes it more difficult to evaluate photographically. You're in person, you can sort of see past the clutter and see that actually this was a structurally sound house remarkably well preserved because it had been unaltered for many years. The original oak floors are there. For instance, glass knobs, escutcheons, some nice architectural features, built-in cabinet in the kitchen, that kind of stuff. So very attractive, but cluttered up with a lot of stuff. At the conclusion of the hearing, we voted 5-0 to preferentially preserve the property, which holds it now until October 5th of 2023, at the conclusion of the 9 months. I would say that during the initial meeting we had in November, we didn't talk about any ideas for the property. It was inappropriate. We didn't talk about any ideas for the property at the January 5th hearing. That's not the time for it. It was strictly to determine whether or not the house should be preferentially preserved. So once it was subsequent to January 5th, then I feel obliged to swing into action and to try to bring forward ideas. And I saw the house because of its location and its promise. I thought, well, gosh, I see only one way this house is going to get saved, right? That's my job, to try to save it. And I thought some civic use, perhaps offices, perhaps affordable housing. The latter option, given its location across the street from a school and, you know, the main soccer fields, the kids, at least so far as I can tell, I don't have kids of my own, but I see them playing there all the time, you know, and I think, wow, perfect location. The libraries, 2-minute walk away, all the things that the town has to offer are right there. So, you know, I went back to Ms. Cook and I said, well, gee, I mean, I'm no expert on this. Affordable housing is not my bailiwick. It's not my job. It's not my space, but it sounds like a good idea. Could maybe we get our friends over at Shopsy involved in this? Ms. Cook said, that sounds like a good idea. Let's call a meeting of the 3 groups to get together and sort of talk about it. Now, again, Historical Commission has not had any debate about this because I wanted to reserve when we were all in the room together and could hack it out and look at the idea. And now we have met since then. It was February 16th, 17th, 16th, I believe. We had a meeting. We didn't talk about it then either. I simply said that, you know, actually, Ms. Cook had called you'll recall the meeting for, I think it was going to be February 8th. And I guess the Shopsy folks couldn't make it. We could. So I let everyone know we got to come to this meeting. Then it got rescheduled. And the only thing I said on February 16th was, it's been rescheduled for tonight. So show up and let's talk about it. So, you know, I've got some ideas. I've got some notions. But I think it's important to make clear that, you know, I'm just trying to bring forward an idea that I hope will appeal to people, because I think it's such a it's an opportunity, I think, in my opinion, to save a historic house, preserve a contributing property in the National Register District, to, if the affordable housing side of this agrees, to give a deserving family a chance in what I think could be a beautifully restored house. The other thing I should, if I'm giving you the full timeline, I almost forgot this, is that a couple of things. I have been in touch with the heir, Ms. Hewling, who's sort of administering this. And they are supportive of the idea and very much in favor of it. They are naturally concerned and nervous about their agreement with Kendall Homes, although my understanding is that it has already failed to live up to one of the contingencies, was that the property perked for a 4-bedroom septic. They did a septic test, a perk test in November. It passed for 2 bedrooms. Now, the other thing that went on is there was a second walkthrough. I was asked by the chair to arrange an inspection for representatives of Habitat for Humanity, who were, I think, contemplated as a possible partner in rehabilitation of the house. given the time constraints of the meeting, there is another sister who's in Mr. Hewling's other sister who lives locally was able to go to arrange access for it. She had very limited availability. I was back and forth on the email last weekend, or it's now 2 weeks or a week and a half ago. I'm trying to put the thing together and was able to arrange the walkthrough for Monday, last Monday, President's Day, the 19th. And I did ask the SHOPSI chair, and she wasn't available on vacation, right? So, you know, that was a drag. But I went, Mr. Hamilton, Al Hamilton went, and Mr. Paul Rebello, who is a construction manager for a local construction manager for Habitat. So it was Linda Turmail, who's the sister who gave us access, Mr. Hamilton, Mr. Rebello, and we spent an hour there pretty thoroughly. And we were all covered in cobwebs and soot from the basement and the attic at the end of it. It was a lot of, I mean, I was telling Al that, see here? Yeah, there you are. Knock all the debris off his hat. He had the good sense to wear a hat. I was bareheaded. But we had a good look at the property, and they came away feeling very positive about it, about the potential. And I was sort of pleased that my own non-professional evaluation was kind of seconded, particularly by Mr. Rebello. So they had a good look at it. They like it. I think it's promising, and sort of that's where it sits. I think this is a chance for a big win because the property can be had for shockingly short money for a town like Southborough. I will tell you incidentally that this is 1,120 square feet finished. The first floor has 2 bedrooms, a living room, dining room, kitchen, 1 bathroom, and a little entryway off to the right as you look at the house driveway side. Upstairs is unfinished, and the Habitat folks can speak better on this than I can, but they see the potential to finish that as well and possibly get another bedroom, possibly another bathroom, and possibly, depending on location, there's potential for a larger septic. So ironically, you may get more septic on this property by preserving the smaller footprint of the house than the developer wants to go with a much larger footprint, which would restrict septic location. So it's a very interesting thing. The house, by the way, it's a 0.67 acre lot. It's 29,251 square feet. Much of that, though, in the back is wet. That's why it's restricted. There's a sort of wetland and turns into a stream that runs. It cuts the old section of the rural cemetery from the newer section. You know how that stream feeds into the reservoir? That's where that water is coming from. So it's a very interesting house. Again, it is historic. I think it could be quite cute, restored. We would love to put a historic house sign at the end of the day on this house and say, wow, we saved a house. Our friends over at SHOPSI got a big win. The town got a win. We gave a family, a fighting chance in an expensive town. I mean, there's a lot of, desire, I think, for affordable housing. And this is an unbelievably prominent location it could be put in that would really send a message, that we care about this kind of stuff. So that's where we're at. But again, the Historical Commission really hasn't, we haven't been sitting around talking affordable housing. This is, again, us doing our job in the steps that we're supposed to do it, not trying to get on anybody else's turf, that's for sure. I did go to a SHOPSI meeting and try to sort of clarify that point because I think there was concern on it. But again, when you delay something under demolition delay, I think that I have a responsibility to be proactive about it. And that was the only reason the idea came up. And the reason I asked the head of the executive authority in town to come look at the property, because I wanted it to be, teed up that if we made the decision to preserve it, and if the rest of my commission agreed, there would be a path forward. And so that's where we're at. And I'm delighted that, you know, Shopsy folks are here and they can hear what I have to say. And I'm very interested in what they have to say and what the, you know, at the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Committee, as I get that right, has to say as a group. So is that enough for now? Okay.
So the date again, January 5th was the date we connected, so.
Yes,
Right, thank you, Chelsea. So it's 10-5.
yes, it's good till October 5th.
Okay. And can you maybe clarify even further what you think that the sister who's the executrix, or executor wants at this point?
Well, they want, and I must say, Ms. Hewling is a lovely person to deal with. Both sisters I have now met, one just by phone and the other in person. They're really lovely people. They, you know, when I said to them what the idea was that I had, I said, listen, I consider myself an ally of yours here. And I want to see you, you know, they're interested in selling the property. I want to see them sell it, get their fair price, get paid, get it done in a timely way. And I said, also, though, this avenue, if we can make it work, and if everybody agrees, is an opportunity to preserve something of your brother's legacy. He was apparently quite devoted to that house and had to be, at one point, I think was put into assisted living and then insisted on coming back to the home. He loved it so much, you know, and to preserve a historic asset for the town and some of the fabric of the town and give a family a chance via affordable housing. So it checks off an awful lot of emotional boxes, but I also think it could provide a quicker financial win for these heirs if the town were to move on it, because as I understand it quite clearly, the contingent deal with the developer is not going to happen at least as originally stipulated, at least not until the demolition delay expires in October. So that's the earliest they're going to get paid. And you know, given that it's not past the SEPTA contingency, I don't know, you know, I just don't know. It's not my bailiwick to kind of get in there, except they're in favor of it. And I feel I'm sitting here tonight partly advocating on their behalf. Save the house, spend the money, get them paid, and do something really good with it that will sort of do them proud. So again, I think there's another potential for a win on the homeowner side. This is not going to be something depriving somebody of something by, you know, the town sort of meddling. I think it's a chance to make them whole as quickly as possible. So they're very much in favor of it and hoping that, you know, while apprehensive because they have a contingent deal on the table. And so I understand where they're coming from. And, you know, I've just tried to say, we haven't, you know, had the conversation with the select board and Shopsy yet, and I don't know where everybody stands. So I'm going to advocate what I think is the right thing to do here, and hope people will come along. But yeah, they're in favor.
So Kevin, did Kendall Holmes come to the demolition delay bylaw
They did.
hearing?
Yes, they did.
And did he state, the representative state point blank, they were going to tear the house down? There was no
Yeah.
doubt about it? Okay.
Yeah, the intention is to take it down and to put up, I think, a roughly 3,000 square foot house, be like double the volume of the existing house. And there, Jim Blaschke a member of Historical, did ask if Kendall Holmes was interested in doing a historic renovation. And the answer was no, that's not what they do. They build very beautiful, big new homes and don't want to do this kind of project. I don't think they think it is. You know, the thing about this project is that I don't think it's financially viable for a developer. I do think it's financially viable at the right price for the town with the participation of something like a group like Habitat that provides, of course, labor and a large measure of materials. And I think with the, you know, I saw Mr. Purple's email the other day about Representative Donahue looking for, this is a perfect earmark between $10,000 and $75,000 that could help, for instance, save the garage, because Habitat made clear to me when we met last week that they spend money on things that shelter people, not that shelter cars. So they don't want to deal with the garage. And I thought, well, we could save I thought to myself when they said that, well, gee, if it had to be one or the other, I'd rather save the house than save nothing at all, and give up the garage. But this opened the path to me from like, well, maybe we can get the garage too. And then, of course, I understand there's the Department of Housing and Community Development grants. There's that money. So I think the right confluence of partnerships and funding could make this revenue neutral for the town, because if the town sells the house as affordable, if you buy it for the right price, you get the participation that lowers the cost of redevelopment, you sell it as an affordable unit. That would be my goal, would be that it actually puts back as much money into the buckets that it comes out of. And again, I'm no expert on the money part of it, but that my hope would be that it would put back as much money as as went out. So that, for instance, the affordable housing folks could go on and do other great things, that this is part of a chain that, I think this is an easy one. In a way, it's sort of teed up. It's right there. It's ready to go. And we've got willing partners sitting behind me, in the Habitat folks. So, that's how I view it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so, yeah. Go ahead.
I don't see him.
Okay.
No.
Unless he's on his cell phone.
Why do you think he can't do the Zoom link? Well, yeah, but to get the link that way. So you're talking to him on the phone?
There's a 617 number there. What's his phone number?
Also just-
Duran, is he on YouTube or is he actually in the Zoom link?
Is the 617-293 his number? Well, we don't know where he is. He's not in the Zoom room. That's okay. Okay, Lisa.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the timeline. Thank you for sharing information. I applaud the discussions that are taking place today. I have a ton of questions, but I'm going to share a little bit of frustration. So the timeline makes me even a little more frustrated. So there was a walkthrough on 12/17. The Affordable Housing Trust, who controls the funds for this, wasn't asked to participate in that. I understand you asked Kathy, and that's fine. The first I'm hearing about this or being involved in any discussion on this is now, 2 months later. It seems like there's been a lot of discussions and a lot of things that have taken place, and Habitats came in, which again, thank you, and I commend you for that. But I would have thought Shopsy should have been involved in the discussion, members of this board, and I will share my frustration that how I found out information about this was watching Shopsy meetings and Mr. Dennington talking about there's partners that are interested, but I can't say anything. And then finances were brought up. And I believe, Kevin, it was you that said, I'll talk to you offline. To me, that's not a transparent process. And I think if we haven't learned anything from town meeting up till now, people want to be involved in the discussions. And I understand this is starting a discussion now, but Shopsy is your affordable housing branch. And to have them not included in a walkthrough, not included in even having Habitat come out, part of their job is to facilitate affordable housing. They spent a lot of time in the last couple of years getting housing plans done, the 5-year strategic plan done. And, it should have gone to Shopsy. Shopsy should have been included in a discussion. If historical was interested in preserving this, I get it. This is all about collaboration that didn't take place.
Well-
And let me just finish. So I'm frustrated to hear that all of these things took place. I, as a sitting member of the board and as chair of the Affordable Housing Trust, wasn't made aware of any of this. And again, to have to find out things through other meetings that are taking place, historical or Mr. Dennington giving an update at Shopsy is very frustrating to me. I am also one of the CEOs of this town, and I sit at this table with 5 other people, and to have not been updated. And that's, again, I've said this before, process. There's a process we should be following, and Shopsy should be included in that process. I, as a member of the Board of Select Board, sitting here, should have been having updates short of tonight hearing that Habitat has already come out. And again, nothing against Habitat. This is about process and how we got here tonight. And it's frustrating that Habitat's walked this house. I haven't walked this house. I'm a sitting member of this board and I'm on the Affordable Housing Trust. Shopsy hasn't walked. I understand there was an invitation, but my understanding was the invitation came on a Sunday when the walkthrough was on Monday on a holiday weekend. So I'm a little frustrated at that. My goal is to find a path forward on this. But again, it has to be a transparent process and how we get there, because one of the things is with the Affordable Housing Trust monies, the trust has the ability to purchase property without town meeting. So I want to make sure that the public is well aware of what's taking place. The public has a say, or at least have the opportunity to comment. This isn't against historical. This isn't against affordable housing. It's strictly a process issue. So that being said, and Kevin,
Can I?
absolutely.
respond to One thing.
Sure.
On process. The walkthrough on December 19th was for one purpose and one purpose only, the execution of the demolition delay bylaw. It didn't have
So why was the chair of the
because
selectmen invited if there was no
because-
other thoughts?
because given the sensitivity of the location of the property,
I get that.
I thought that I simply wanted it on the radar of the executive body that, makes those determinations now. And I will say, Lisa, that I know nothing about, I started watching Shopsy meetings, CPC, this bucket, that bucket. That's not my area of expertise. I don't know anything about it. So I wasn't, I didn't even know who to ask at that point, right? In December, I just said, I got to go look at this house for demolition delay. I let my people know. I said, who of you can come? Couple can, couple can't. We're going to go. And then I said, you know what? This house is in such a crazy good location. I just want somebody else who knows something about it to look at it. And that logically seemed the chair of the select board. And so, but there wasn't any thinking or discussion about, well, what next? Where we're going to get? We're going to this money. We're going to do that. There wasn't any of that at that point. In fact, again, even at our January 5th hearing, and my commission can attest to this, you can watch the.
I did.
There was no discussion of what was going to happen to the
Agreed.
house. There wasn't any, go watch our meeting of the 16th.
I
There
did.
wasn't any discussion there of what's going to.
Agreed.
The house. So after we voted it preferentially preserved on January 5th.
Yep.
In January, I went back to Kathy and I said, okay, can we do something about this? And she promptly said, well, let's schedule a meeting, get everybody together, you and Dorianne and everybody else that's here now. And, then it had to get delayed. Okay, that's fine. We were available. And then again, as I said, it got rescheduled. And, then I was asked to put together this meeting with Habitat. And I literally did it from Saturday afternoon till Sunday morning. In the instant I heard from Ms. Turmail that it could happen, I called Dorianne and also sent her an email. And I said, I know, I'm really sorry, this is last minute, but can you please come? And she wasn't available, on vacation, fine. I'm not sure why she didn't send somebody else, but that's fine too. I don't question their internal workings. But, I did my best. But
Kevin, I'm not faulting you at all. I'm faulting the process.
Right.
I'm not faulting you as
I
a
hear you.
historical. I'm not faulting Kathy or Shopsy or Andrew. I'm faulting the process and how we got here.
I'm glad I'm not being faulted. We were going to meet, they voted on January 5th. I had it on the agenda for February 7th, which was, the second meeting afterwards. We had a full meeting The one before, Ms. Jazinski was invited and she couldn't come because she was on vacation. So at your request, we rescheduled the meeting for the 28th.
And I
So-
appreciate that, Kathy, but a lot has transpired since all of this started, even since February. I mean, Habitat was invited to come out before this board, me as a member of this board, was even updated that these discussions were even taking
Habitat
place.
wasn't invited to come out. Habitat asked to see if they could walk through and see the house.
What would a simple solution have been? An email to the board updating us that there was an opportunity on a house and that we could have done a walkthrough. So I haven't done a walkthrough, which to me is a problem. Had I been invited, had I known that any of these walkthroughs or anything were taking place, I would have attended.
We're trying to do this tonight, Lisa. We
I
have
get it.
pulled
So-
a lot of people together to start talking about something that is very time sensitive, that we've got an executor that's being very nice, but would like to sell the house. And Andrew, am I wrong? Weren't you invited to that original walkthrough or am I talking myself into that one?
Yes, but I
Okay.
didn't go.
All right, thank you.
So again, it's how we got here. Now, how do we move forward? All I'm saying is I hope going forward on any processes like this, there's more discussion that the trust is more involved and Shopsy is more involved. Instead of, again, frustrating for me, Kathy, to have to watch a Shopsy meeting to get information that this is even taking place. I'm a
I'm just
sitting
going-
member.
I'm going to
So-
respectfully disagree with you. I think we have moved as fast as we can, and there's more on the table besides affordable housing. This is a really prime location. We need space for certain departments in this town. So there's a lot to consider here, which is why we try to get everybody together to talk about all the things that we might use this house for, given where it is, and given how cheap the house would be to acquire. So we're just trying to have a nice holistic discussion tonight. And again, I take great exception to that. We didn't include and we didn't move fast. Andrew's part of Shopsy. He was invited on the first one. He couldn't go, which is fine. Have 3 people, got a quorum. So 2 people were invited from select board.
And I appreciate that. All I've asked for, and I've asked this before, is just information sharing. For me to have to hear about.
What we're trying to
something
do.
else. Well, you're doing it tonight, but at this point, Habitat's already done a walk. Shopsy hasn't been involved in any of these discussions. I understand there were conflicts and whatnot, but again, it's process. I'll leave it at that. I do have some questions. So the agreement with Kendall Homes. So at your meeting on the 5th, they came and they told you they had an agreement to purchase the home. I understand there were contingencies and that's fine. Has anyone spoken to Kendall Homes? I mean, at this point, there is an agreement still in place. Has the homeowner broken that agreement? Is the intent to break that agreement? Or does Kendall Homes even have an interest? Has anyone had a conversation to maybe do something smaller there?
I've not spoken with Kendall Holmes representative subsequent to the 5th, and that has been at the request of Ms. Hewling. I think that they're interested in this process and they're interested if the town has interest. And as I said, the viability of the original agreement with Kendall Homes. I mean, again, I'm not an attorney. They have a local attorney that's handling this, the Hewlings. As I understand it, that agreement has already been, in a sense, undermined by the fact that the perk test didn't satisfy what the original agreement was. And where it's at beyond that, I couldn't say. Again, Lisa, I have to say, I'm not pleading ignorance, but this is outside funding, financing, who's got a play. All I am, as the chair of historical, is trying to do my job responsibly, which is follow the steps of the demolition delay bylaw, which we do to the letter.
And I appreciate that.
And then, again, philosophically, I think because, it's like, it's the same thing, let's say with the photographs, which there was the one thing that I shared, every other bit of information I had with the Shopsy chair, the whole history of it. I wrote several long emails detailing exactly what we'd seen, what we'd done, when I'd been there, who I was with, what I felt, how I evaluated it. And I explained everything as comprehensively as I could and as good faith as I could. The one thing I said to Ms. Jasinski that I held back quite frankly, were the interior photos. And again, that was out
I
of-
understand
That
why.
was out of a
Yep.
a deep respect. I want people in Southborough to know, for instance, that when a relative dies and they want to do something with the house and the historical commission gets involved, right? And they grant me permission to walk through their house, that I'm going to treat them with dignity and respect, and that I'm not going to, put up in a big screen, photos of, the debris that.
I wouldn't expect you to do that, Kevin.
Right.
That's
So-
beneath you.
So I've been very circumspect about not saying too much, not getting over my skis, and actually waiting for this meeting, which was of course delayed by almost a month,
Mhm.
so that we could all get together and just tell each other what we know in a spirit of good faith. And I'm learning too as part of this process. And I think, if I find myself in this position again, I didn't even know what the Affordable Housing Trust Fund was. On all
Yeah.
seriousness, I mean, we can laugh about it because I honestly didn't know anything about it until about a month ago. And so when I find myself in this position again, you're going to get invited. That's for sure.
Thank you.
But Lisa, in that December walkthrough, I mean, I think I would have been, I have to be careful not to seem prejudicial toward the hearing by inviting a passel of people who might in the.
I
future
understand
be-
that.
So, I got to be really, really careful not to sort of annoy the homeowner. The broker was the guy letting us in. And I don't want to get out over my skis. And I think, for instance, in December, if I had invited AFH, whatever it is.
Yep.
And Dorianne and a whole bunch of other people, it would have been like, they would have looked at us like, what are you doing here? You're already making plans for a house. And I wasn't at all. All I thought was, again, it's a sensitive location. The head of the select board ought to know. I don't know what can be done with it. And I don't even know if my crew is going to vote, how they're going to vote in the hearing. So once we got past the hearing, again, it was only in January that I started thinking broadly, because I think it's my responsibility to do so and to try to find good solutions that will benefit everybody.
Let me give an analogy.
Yeah.
Okay, I probably should have done this to start with. So here's an analogy of my frustration. So if a parcel came forward potentially for open space, would the select board go through and talk to a land trust to monitor the property without bringing the Open Space Preservation Commission into the discussion? I would think not. I'll give you another example. If an opportunity for a field came forward, would the town move forward and start making plans without bringing recreation into the discussion? That's what the whole focus of my frustration is, in making sure that we collaborate and all the interested parties that should be involved in any initial discussions have an opportunity to. And I'm not faulting you, Kevin. I'm faulting the process. And again, we all live and we all learn. And I am certainly open to exploring opportunities of what we can do with this house. My frustration isn't about that, but I want to make sure too, and my question regarding Kendall Homes is, I think we need to be very careful if there's still a contract. And one of my concerns is we put a demolition delay in place for a reason. We wanted to find and facilitate opportunities to be able to save some of these homes. But if you have a contractor that in good faith steps forward, he has a contract with the homeowner, and then the town behind him, when we don't know that his contract is done, I mean, whether he was going to renegotiate changes to the contract he had, we're having a discussion tonight on, for short money, potentially purchasing this house. If I'm the developer, I'm a little put off by, I'm following a process that this town put in place, and I'm not included in the discussion, and no one's asked me if I still even want to participate in this. I just think the optics of that are a little troublesome to me, and he probably will walk away if he wants to build a bigger home. That's okay, but I think we should know that before we're starting to have a public discussion on someone that has a contract in place. I'm just trying to look through some of my notes real quick here. I mean, again, I will just end with, I'm certainly interested, as we all are, I think, here tonight, in trying to find if there's any way to do this, but I want to make sure that we do it the right way, that it's an open process, that everyone's involved in the discussion. And I think we need to utilize SHOPSI as our affordable housing piece. Oh, one other question. So, and Mr. Hamilton, if I can ask this of you, if you don't mind, is Habitat able to, if historical wants to preserve the home and there's a preservation restriction or preserve it to its, old livelihood, if I may, is that something that Habitat is able to do? Are they involved in historic preservation?
Is this,
Yeah, it's working. Thank you.
it is working?
Yeah.
Okay.
Introduce yourself.
Hi,
first.
Al Hamilton, 35 Pine Hill Road. When I stopped serving on town committees, I started volunteering with Habitat for Humanity. So far, I haven't fallen off the roof yet.
That's a good
So,
thing.
about every week I go out and build, and I believe we also have 2 Habitat members who are actually from the organization. I'm just a lowly hammer swinger. I would like to set the record straight on the Habitat visit, which I set up. I offered to Ms. Cook and to the Historic Commission to have somebody who actually knows about historic preservation and building come in and look at the building to give them their professional estimate as to whether the building could be saved. And that was the purpose of the meeting. So in effect, this is now a case of no good deed goes unpunished. But, there is no, Habitat would certainly like to do the job, but it was, the purpose was really to go through the building and figure out whether it could be saved. The answer is yes. It certainly can be saved. To address the question of historic preservation, the answer is definitely yes. And in fact, the closest example are 2 buildings in the center of Northborough. That's, I think it's 37 and 39 on Main Street. And those were done in conjunction with the Northborough Historic Commission. And there are buildings that used to be the old general store.
Yep.
The exterior has been preserved, has been modernized inside. The interior of the building is up to code, modern, and the sort of thing you would expect from a complete gut renovation. And that would probably be the case in a building like this too, if Habitat were involved. So the answer is yes, they have done this on numerous occasions. This is familiar territory. We discussed with the historic things, parts that could be saved, parts that could be rebuilt in the same fashion. So for example, the clapboards are rather the shingles are on the first floor are in good condition. On the second floor, not so much, so they'd have to be replaced, but they would be replaced in the same style. The Historic Commission mentioned that there was a porch once on the site, and a Habitat house normally has a porch. And so we discussed, whether it would be possible to build a porch in a similar style to some of the pictures they have. And the answer is yes. Historic preservation is something that Habitat has done in the past. But as I say, the sole purpose of this visit was really to offer to the town a professional estimate on whether the building could be saved. And the answer is that we believe that the folks at Habitat believe that it could. So, I don't want to have anyone think that we were doing anything nefarious. This was really, a courtesy to the town by myself and the folks at Habitat.
Thank you. And I wasn't, if I came across as implying that Habitat was doing something nefarious, I apologize. That was never the intent. I know the good work that Habitat does, and I've seen it all across the country. I've seen it down in Florida after the hurricanes when, has come through. My family lives down there. So I have seen the good work. And if anyone interpreted anything I said as a slight to Habitat in any way, I apologize. My frustration was at a process. That's all. So
I'm now going to vent my frustration.
please.
The town has been setting aside money from builders for over 20 years, including developments in my neighborhood, for the purpose of allowing the builders to avoid building affordable housing. And for 20 years, the town's record on building affordable housing is
Poor.
Abysmal.
Absolutely.
And so, it's something that's important to me, and I'd like the town to actually do something for a change.
No, thank you. And I appreciate that. And I'm hoping that we can do something here. So-
Okay, let's.
Can I say that, and again, to underscore what Al just said, I think the purpose of Habitat's visit was to provide better information for this discussion tonight. And it wasn't to come with a predetermined conclusion. It was to have good information so that then you folks that, you know, are the experts can make an informed decision. And, you know, I was just trying to do my best to facilitate the conversation, whether it was sending, you know, going to a SHOPC meeting or sending, responding to Dorian's request for information and sending further information unsolicited, sending stuff to you folks. It was just to make sure everybody has as much as I have. And this is all I've got. Like I said, we haven't deliberated. We didn't spend any time on historical discussing at any time what we wanted in 5 Cordoville Road. All we're doing is we preserve the property and then we come to our hopeful partners and our, you know, in effect, masters and say, here it is, here's an idea. Can y'all figure out something good to do with it? And I would hate, I would be really sad, Lisa, honestly, to see a good opportunity, you know, to either expand the office space of the town or to give a family a chance, get sunk or sidelined or derailed over procedural things. I have to tell you, you know, as you know, I'm pretty new to this, right?
Yep.
And I'm learning some stuff. So it's going in the bank and I'll, you know, think about some things in the future. But I think what we did, you know, was all by the book. And in fact, it was intentionally not to get out in front. And again, not to be presumptuous or not to assume that this was going to happen and that was going to happen. It was simply to come to this meeting tonight with good information for you so you could make a decision. And you know, maybe we can, you know, set up a third walkthrough for you and for Dorian when it's convenient and try to, you know, make it happen. But it's, again, it was, you know, I purposely did not, again, discuss my vision because I had some ideas, but they're very flexible. My goal is to try to do the right thing the right way for the right reasons.
Well, and I think we're going to get there, Kevin. I do, but I would have been doing a disservice if
No,
I didn't share my thoughts. So I think going forward, you know, we're all clear and we all have a path. So that's it.
Okay, we need to let others wait in here. Mr. Stivers.
Thank you. I guess I'll share my frustration too. My frustration is Mr. Hamilton's frustration is that I'm very disappointed that we've not been able to do anything for creating affordable housing in a long time. I guess I don't feel compelled that we need to have a group event for all of this kind of stuff. I'm happy to let individuals or individual committees drive the process forward as appropriate. And clearly we need to communicate. But again, I think it's important to make sure that we get done what we need to get done here in a timely fashion. And sometimes you can't arrange a meeting with, you know, 12 people to get them in the right place at the right time. So my focus is actually getting something done with this, whether we're going to actually make a decision to acquire the property or not. Let's figure out what we're going to do and then move forward with it. So I've got a number of questions, but I'm eager to hear what SHOPC has to say and what Mr. Hamilton and Habitat have to say. So I will hold for later.
And just to be clear, we're not going to make a decision tonight as
Right.
to what to
Yep.
do, but we've got to make decisions. Do we want to go forward and look at this house and
Right.
consider this
Yep.
house? And I just want to clarify something. I pulled the bylaw for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Committee. Nowhere in it, I mean, I know what the name of it is, but nowhere in it does it talk about using the money for affordable housing. It talks about you can basically use the money to buy what you think is appropriate. It's a very broadly written set of bylaws. So we could absolutely use the money that's in that to buy this to use for town housing, to put youth and family services in, to put rec in. So there's so many things to do here. So tonight is just to say, do we want to go to the next step and really consensus, because the clock is ticking here. We got town meeting coming up. We're not going to have more time to think about this before town meeting. So we've really got to decide, I think tonight, whether it's worth going to the next step and really looking at this house seriously, because I agree with you. I don't remember a project being done in this town in so long. I don't remember a project being done as far as affordable housing. I'm working very hard with a local resident as far as a house that he would like to leave this town when he's no longer on the earth. Substance over form. So Andrew.
Yeah, I also share the same frustration, Mr. Hamilton and Mr. Stivers. and it's not, just impatience to start to get something done and start to make, hit some singles. I think one of the challenges that we have in affordable housing in Southborough is some of the, it's harder to do a difficult, more complicated project. And I think there's a confluence of factors, the location of the property, what looks could be the relative affordability of acquiring the property, the offer of help from Habitat Humanity. We should be open to these opportunities. I mean, one thing that was interesting, just I brought the community advocate with me, and just in this week's edition, there's a headline about Westboro Affordable Housing Trust builds on success. I'd like to see Southborough do something like that too. Another point that I want to make is about the strategic plan, which I mentioned on a member's report, either the last meeting or the prior meeting. So this is a report that I believe was paid for from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, prepared for by MAPC, about what should we do with the monies in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And I thought it's interesting, if you look at it, the end of it's a good report, surveys the, the history of what's been developed, et cetera. And at the end, it talks about the different options, scenarios for Affordable Housing Trust Fund activity. And there's 3 scenarios. Scenario 1 is a high impact project where you would need to partner with a developer. Scenario 2 is called direct development. So the report says scenario 2 is essentially business as usual, or the more kind of boring approach, just taking a smaller house. There won't necessarily be as much, bang for the buck. And just, as I said, start to hit some singles rather than try to hit a home run. And scenario 3 is capacity building, which talked about buying tax title properties, land banking sites, et cetera. The conclusion of the report is that scenario 2 is the preferred scenario at this time. The Affordable Housing Trust Fund Committee has proven success with this model, and it has community support. So that was one of the reasons why I think that we should be very open to this, because as much as, we'd like to see some major progress made on building even more units, I would like to see some progress made, something we can feel good about. And I think we should be receptive to some of the offers of help that private organizations are offering. And, the discussion is really just beginning today about getting all the different groups in the room and just finding out at a basic level, is this something that people are interested in? So it sounds like there is some consensus, maybe, about at least being open to this. And, at the Shopsy meeting yesterday, there was a lot of questions about, would this be a rental property, or would it be first? I don't know. I think the most immediate question is just, there's an expiration of the demolition bylaw, and the clock is ticking on just a basic question: is the town interested in acquiring the property and using it for affordable housing? I'm definitely interested in it and looking for ways that we can make it happen.
So one way, Sam, we could do this. So there's $239,000 currently in the Affordable Trust Fund. There's another $196,000 that should be in there. I'm not sure why it's been delayed. It's approved. It's from the 08, 010, 11 CPC buckets that did get approved by town meeting. So for some reason it hasn't been moved over, but you put that in there. So you've got another 200, so $440,000. Kevin, is the offer price by Kindle public? Did he mention that night what it was?
No.
Okay, so we won't mention that tonight. We can talk about this in executive session as far as purchasing, but if we were to decide to purchase it soon, then we'd have time to really figure out what to do. If we, don't do something soon, then, the 9 months is going to be here before we know it. And we're going to have no opportunity to do this thing. So I just thought we'd talk tonight, see if there's any interest in maybe pursuing, literally making a counter offer here to the executors. And then from there, let the appropriate groups decide, what we think the best use of the house is. And if it turns out there's no best use, we could always resell it. It's not like it would be worth nothing, but it seems to me like it's worth the investment to think about it, given how little we've done with.
I can say that the amount that was disclosed to me is essentially the underlying value of the land itself.
Right, he's buying it for the land.
It's the land, period. In fact, it's a little bit less than what I would be willing to pay for the land. So
There's also more money in the CPC historic bucket. I was going to, we'll get to it in a second. So there's quite a bit of money in the historic bucket. So there's money there. There's still money in the CPC affordable housing bucket. So we've got some money and it's just sitting there. So I'm just trying, as I think others are, to figure out a way to jumpstart this so that we can do something to quell. I mean, we voted on a budget tonight, and what's the average price of the house in South Florida right now? $900,000. $900,000. And that's because of the COVID impact for 2 years. We've gone from 664, I believe, 2 years ago to $900,000 is your average price in Southborough, which means there's a lot more that are more and some that are less. So I think we really owe it to this community to try to do more than what we're doing and use the money that we've got set aside to do something. So certainly the meeting was well. Okay, Chelsea, sorry.
Thank you. So my first question is, I think we need to understand from a legal perspective, what kind of agreement is in place and what our options are as a town entity, because I want to make sure that we're not crossing any lines legally. So that I would suggest that we at least find out first, because I don't want to get into a legal issue with that. My second question is, let's say that flushes out and Shopsy weighs in, they're interested. I think my next question would be, how would the funding work for this? And I know you just explained the buckets, and Kevin had mentioned net neutral. I just think that it would be incumbent upon us to have Shopsy kind of vet what the options are and what the best avenue would be, as well as how much would it cost to actually rehab the units. So I think I'll just leave it at that for tonight, because I know we've spent a lot of time on it, but I really am concerned about the legal part.
So when I saw the house, I don't have the historic eye that the historic commission does. I will say that. And I went, oh my gosh, it needs a lot of work. So the reason I think we need help from someone like a Habitat, someone like Asbat, someone like Keep Technical, is because I think it would cost maybe more than we're willing to spend to truly get the house to be a nice house, restore it for a family. I think we really do need to leverage others to make it so that, our money is added to someone else's money. So everybody wins and no one has to fund the whole thing. So I agree with everything you said as far as what we've got to do as far as steps go. So now it's just, are we interested in going further with this? And if we are, then let's come up with a plan to go to the next step. Okay. So why don't we ask Dorianne to come up first, and then Jesse, anybody from Shopsy is willing to come on up. Unless Dorianne, do you want Jesse to go first? Okay, come on up.
Andrew, this 5-year strategic plan, paid for by a $15,000 grant that we received, but the Affordable Housing Trust Fund made a $1,500 donation to the state. So when you get a grant like that from the state, they would like you to give it for free. Trying to get the money.
That's okay. Thanks, Kevin. I just want to let everybody know that the 5-year strategic plan, we obtained a $15,000 grant. And the Affordable Housing Trust Fund made a donation to the state of $1,500 to help kind of offset their expenses, but that was paid for by a grant we had applied for. Just so that everybody knows, it didn't come out of the trust fund money.
Okay, understood.
I'm gonna stay.
So,
Jesse.
Mrs. Brascio, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but the Affordable Housing Trust funds do consist of Community Preservation Act funds. And
Correct.
those are actually specifically by law earmarked for affordable housing.
Yes, the monies that came from CPC that is in there, correct.
I don't think what's in there is CPC. I checked with Carla today and there was a sale of a house that is funded this. Now there's CPC money on the way for sure, but what's in there now, at least according to Carla, is,
Stockwell.
Stockwell.
It's Stockwell, but it was originally CPC money to pay for affordable housing. When that house was turned over and sold again, the money went back in.
okay. So, it's a fact that can be verified, but go ahead, Jesse.
So, Mr. Miller, earlier you had mentioned that you had sent information to Shopsy regarding, I believe it was the style and characteristics of buildings. So I personally did not receive that. And I'm not sure that other members did. I just would recommend disseminating the information.
That was, I sent you all the emails, so Kevin.
Okay.
the Email you sent me, it just mentions mattress. It doesn't have any kind of connection or anything to get into it. It just mentions mattress. Oh, I sent you the whole chain of emails, Jesse, so maybe it's in there, because I didn't. See
Okay.
the link. I didn't see the link either, Kevin.
Yeah, it was a PDF attached.
Yeah, I didn't see that either, so, but I had sent them all of our stuff.
Terry, are you trying to?
Sorry about that. There's a PDF attachment. So it, I can go back and look at my email, but
Or, yeah, I mean, I think it'd be a good thing for us to just disseminate to the rest of Shopsy. About the septic, if I could just hear a little bit more clearly, it perked for a 2-bedroom septic. So, and it's a 2-bedroom house now. So you would
Right.
therefore
yeah, correct.
stay a 2-bedroom. You had,
Yeah.
I think you had mentioned something about adding a 3rd bedroom.
The November perk test was done to the rear end of the south side of the house. So as you look at it from the street, basically the back left corner. And again, because there's a lot of wetlands there's limited space, right? That, as I understand, passed for 2 bedrooms. However, when Mr. Rebello and Mr. Hamilton and I were looking at the property, a week and a half or so ago, there was some speculation that to the right side in front of the garage, that is an area that presumably the developer in building a larger footprint house wouldn't be able to use that land. So the irony of it is that the Habitat folks noted that possibly a septic system placed in that location would allow for a 3-bedroom septic. So there's it's a kind of a funny situation, Jesse, where in other words, by preserving the smaller footprint, you might, they didn't say they know or they would guarantee. And there was some evidence also of some digging in that area, a limited amount. And I did call Mr. Costello at the Board of Health, who's the sanitary inspector, and ask him about this. And he said he was present and he confirmed for me that it was 2-bedroom septic. And he said he didn't think that there had been any extensive digging in that front location that the Habitat folks were speculating about. So again, I'm not an expert on this, Jesse. All I know is that there was some talk that there might be a possibility to get a 3rd bedroom and perhaps a 2nd bathroom. And because the 2nd floor of the house, Jesse, has fairly high ceilings, it's got 3 dormers, either side in the front. So it's sort of right. Either it's going to be the biggest attic ever in terms of storage, or it has potential to be finished. But that's contingent upon septic, and it would warrant, if Shopsy and everybody else concerned were interested, it would certainly warrant further investigation, because
Okay.
it's a kind of tantalizing, you know what I mean?
I do. Thank you for
Tantalizing
clarifying
irony.
that. So you exercised the demolition delay. Does that mean that it's inevitable that you'd have to have a historical preservation restriction on the property?
No. I- I have not discussed this with my commission, so I only speak my own opinion on this. That if Habitat, let's say, were to partner with us and come through and do, a lovely sensitive restoration of the house, and particularly we're concerned with the exterior envelope, replace some cedar shakes that are decayed, replace wood trim. My speculation is that we'd be interested in some kind of light PR that would prevent, for instance, a future homeowner from vinyl siding the house. In the same way that if you buy an affordable house, of course, you can't flip it and sell it for a big profit, right? That affordable component.
Well, yeah, that was going to be my next point as far as
Remains.
a deed restriction for affordability. That's,
I should, though, that's shocking.
I know, I'm just,
I don't know.
it's,
anything
this is,
about it.
well,
Yeah.
that's okay. My point being, that it's great. And I support, historical preservation as well as, advocate for affordable housing. I'm just putting it out there for us all to think about that a preservation restriction, would have to be sort of congruent or compatible with a deed restriction for affordability on the property.
I understand what you're saying, and
Okay.
that would have to be worked out.
Yep. So another item, the deed restriction is critical. That's typically 80% of area median income for the owner, if it was to be sold, or a renter. And then, we would have to make sure we had a process for getting credit with the DHCD for the inventory. That's something else that we're cognizant of and want to make sure happens. And then, of course, whether or not it's going to be owned by the town, retained by the town. We've had a lot of discussions in Shopsy recently over the fact that the housing authority is now managed by Framingham and they have considerable resources. So that's something that we're, I'd like to see more units added to the housing authority management retained by the town.
So is that your recommendation? That would be the better way to go?
I'm
You-
putting out
okay.
some of the ideas that are percolating. I don't have a direct recommendation now. I think this is a good first step in terms of airing out, all aspects of the discussion. And I'm sure we're going to have subsequent meetings to arrive at those kind of conclusions. As of course, who will manage the project. That's great that Habitat's involved. But that's something else we'll be hammering out in Shopsy. And one final point, and Mr. Bizical, I'm sure will speak to this. He's the chair of a subcommittee that I'm on with him regarding 21 Highland. It's not like we don't have other ideas for uses of town resources for the production of affordable housing. So the 21 Highlands say there's a lot going on there. We have a report that we're working on from that subcommittee. MBTA Communities is coming, so potentially, and that could come into play. And that also impacts possible use of land out at the Dell site. So there's a lot of other things that we can do with the money, possibly. And I just want that into consideration as well. But I'm sure other Shopsy members will speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Kevin, let me ask you a question. So this house was built in 1915. It's 1,120 square feet. I think it's on the Southborough Historic listing, whatever.
Yeah.
So wouldn't that have to have a preservation restriction put on it? because
No.
it's on the historic list?
No, not under any existing bylaw. No. Again, I simply opined, maybe out of place, that if Habitat were to come in and do this beautiful restoration, I would just want to see some sort of control on it so that restoration was respected. But certainly nothing onerous, just, please don't, again, vinyl side the house kind of thing and modest, but no, we don't, for instance, the demolition delay bylaw, been a lot of confusion over that over the years, but the fact of the matter is, all it does is delay. We can't tell anybody what to do. And I should clarify that the newly recognized National Register District is very interesting, right? We had a very interesting presentation from the guy at the state level about National Register Districts. And people misunderstand that the National Registration District is not the same as like a local historic district, which some towns have. And those tend to be sort of onerous and tell you can't do this, you can't do that, you gotta. But the National Register simply, it's a recognition. It's an inventory. It allows you to put up we're going to put up some very nice bronze signs and celebrate that we have this, but it places no encumbrances upon any homeowner. And I live in the district myself, so I know, like, I can still paint my house pink if I want to, and do something crazy. I won't, but.
So the onus wouldn't be on an affordability family going into that home. There wouldn't be an onus on them. They would have to maintain the historic look or the shingles or the roof or anything on the exterior of that house.
Well, again, I haven't taken this up with my commission because I don't want to get over my skis, but my opinion is that I would like some sort of thing that would simply, again, prevent somebody like setting from putting some hideous addition on the house. That they would preserve the envelope as restored by Habitat. I don't think that's a particularly onerous, you have to stay in the house every 7 years. It's going to be shakes. So it's a low maintenance kind of situation. But I understand your concerns.
But if it's historic, it's historic. So
Right.
you can't put siding on it or clapboard or.
So we're getting into a lot of details right now. So I think that's for the next meeting.
The onus on if you have an affordability family living in there, Kathy, what I don't want to do is give them undue stress and worry about financial burdens being placed on them by the town because they have to maintain the historic nature of that house.
Well, I think
That's my concern.
one thing I would say is that, for instance, Habitat, the folks came through and said, well, these windows gotta go, right? So they'll have all new windows, for instance, nice, sensitive, double pane, low maintenance kind of thing. But yeah, I would be personally, again, I'm not speaking for my commission, but I personally would be interested in making sure the house remained cedar shakes, because that's historically accurate. I don't think that's particularly onerous to, an affordable. It's certainly cheaper to stain it every 7 years than spend money on buying a side.
Right.
So my conception of that would be minimal, and I totally respect and understand your concern about putting the burdens on, an affordable buyer because they can't afford to all the bells and whistles, so that I respect that concern, and I think I'd be willing to negotiate on that point. The point is, even when a historic house, even if it gets vinyl sided, it can, right? It's still there. I would always rather have a house covered in vinyl siding and still exist because I know a future owner could come and remove it. So as long as the house is preserved, all the rest of me is negotiable. This is the way I was mentally, and again, I hadn't even discussed this with the commission yet, but I'm mentally flexible in the garage. If we can save the garage in the process, we've done the right thing. We can't, better part of a meal than so, or not have it at all.
Thanks.
Mr. Wood.
Hi, John Wood, 10 Gilmore Road. I'm a member of SHOPSI as well as the Southborough Housing Authority. I just have a couple of questions. So there's different options besides just Habitat, there's, as Kathy was alluding to, you can use trade schools. There's Habitat. You could work with the Housing Authority, which they've done. The Housing Authority has done one quarter of a road that's owned and maintained by them, which makes it true affordable housing, not, hey, it's $1 million house. We can give it to you for 800,000. That's affordable. No, you can actually put somebody that needs to be in that home. So I like that aspect personally. And I think there's a lot of potential on that land, which is a great thing that we should be considering, but it's all moot if we haven't talked to, the homeowner and get a letter that they do want to sell it or something like that. But my question is, say somebody like Housing Authority gets involved into turning that over into an affordable housing, and Shopsy meets with them and discusses with them and finds these different things. Get into what Dorian was saying. So Housing Authority has different codes and they have to meet these different things. So if it has a historical attachment to it, and then all of a sudden something to meet the housing code changes, would that be allowed through the historical aesthetics to it, I guess, is what I'm asking.
Yeah, the historical commission, we don't have any say-so over what anybody does on the inside of their house. We're principally concerned with maintaining, the structure outside. Obviously, I think we'd prefer if you saw some of the features on the inside of this house, that you would say,
I'm just
wow.
saying, so you're talking single pane windows on 100-year-old home.
Right,
Versus
it's got-
double pane windows.
well,
Are they
that's
gonna
what
have to
Habitat-
look like the
Yeah.
original single pane that
Right.
are at the cost of like the townhouse?
No,
here?
no. Habitat came in and they, right now it's got 1/1, original windows. Shocking that they're still there with storms on them. And they came in and said, no, gotta go. You forget about the windows. We're gotta put in new windows. And I was like, okay. And they would put in ones that were 1/1 and that were respectful historically, right? It's all for us. I mean, for me, philosophically, it's all a compromise, as I said to them, between, the aesthetics of it and the utility of it. You have to
Okay.
understand that people got to live in the house and be able to function. I went on a CPC meeting and asked questions that I think they thought I was crazy because I was asking skeptical questions about what is actually the more historic solution, which is to put the storm windows on a townhouse rather than, it's gonna cost 300,000 more for the new double pane things. But I asked those out of a spirit of just sort of inquisitive, like, I'm gonna make sure you guys make the best solution for everybody. So we're concerned with preserving the house as much as we can, having it look good, but also having it be livable for whoever lives there. And of course, Habitat made clear that they would have to conform to current building codes. Doorways might have to be widened, some things might have to be moved so that, you know what I mean, that
Okay.
the accessibility is accounted for.
And then my next question is for the select board. Do we have other monies? Is there any other revenue stream that could be used with like ARPA funds? I know there's part of ARPA funds that could be used towards housing and different funds like that. Is there other means, just in case the Shopsy money, the Affordable Housing Trust, Shopsy's like, hey, we don't think this is the best.
Okay, so I'm going to cut you off and answer a question because we're going to end up setting the alarm off tonight again if we don't keep going here.
Sorry.
You're probably going to see 4 people sitting here with the grin on their face to answer your question and 1 not. So we've pretty much used ARPA money for the most part. We've got a big chunk left for sidewalks, which one is sidewalk, but there is a small piece of ARPA money that might be redesignated, but have to vote on it. So possibly. But again, we're not trying to get in the
Nope, I was
weeds.
just-
So I appreciate everything everybody said tonight. I want to let Ms. Faniff come up. And then select board needs to decide whether we want to just say no. But I've got one question for historic. How many houses have been saved by enacting the demolition delay bylaw, the DDBL? Do we know?
I don't. Do we know? Hey, can you count it?
Not right now. But we'll get back to you.
Okay.
You
And
know-
I will say this, I think this is a fact. Kevin and I have talked about this, Al seeing the house. I don't believe that there is likelihood of someone coming in on a retail basis and agreeing to restore the house. It's just not economically feasible. So the only way this house is going to get saved is if we are involved. So I think that is a fact that we can probably leave here with tonight. Okay, all right. So go ahead.
All right, real quick, because I'm not going to hold you up on this. I've served on the Affordable Housing Trust, on the Southborough Housing Authority and Shopsy. I work with Vera Colias and Shopsy for a number of years. We purchased 1 Carterville Road. The town did. They voted to purchase it. We turned it over to the Housing Authority because of the work that was necessary to be done on that house. And we were devaluing the property because of the road construction project that was taking place. So that's why we got involved in that. There's a home on Gilmore Road. The town voted at town meeting to take the property because of back taxes. We had to return the revenue from the trust back to the town to pay the taxes. Then we purchased a home on Parkerville Road, doing the same thing. However, the individual that owned the house passed away, and I'm cautioning all of you right now, you need a letter from the trustees that you have access to that property, and what you're disclosing this evening, you should be disclosing. And without a letter for access into that house, I think you need to get it.
So Bonnie, before you go, just quick. So what do you think about the project?
For someone that's worked on 3 of them for the town, personally, I think this one, if the town decides to go that route, it should be turned over to the Housing Authority for them to manage it. I think there's a lot more management issues that have to take place than you're prepared to do. And without a home inspection done by you or the Housing Authority, what you're hearing this evening, even if it's from experts, you need it in writing to protect yourselves.
All right, thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, quickly.
He's on
Okay.
Shopsy again.
Oh, sorry. I didn't, so can you introduce yourself? So I'm
Yes,
sorry.
I'm Tom Bissacola. I'm a member of Shopsy, and as Mr. Stein mentioned, he and I are both on the 21 Highland Subcommittee, which of course, as the board knows, we've been investigating, and our report's going to be coming out in the next couple of weeks. I know it's a little overdue. But the concept of that report is to explore the conversion of 21 Highland, the South Union School building, to affordable housing. And so I think that is somewhat relevant to the conversation here for some of the reasons that Jesse mentioned, which is that's another great potentially generational opportunity to create affordable housing in the town of Southborough. And, you know, I won't give away the whole report, but basically our subcommittee's finding that we could probably get 10 to 15 affordable units on that property if it's developed the right way. And also a beautiful historic building would be involved in, that would be preserved in that project and converted and reused to affordable housing. So just like 5 Corderville would be a great home run, converging multiple public interests into one great project. And it's as Andrew says, larger project, more complicated, but the return to the town would be significant. And so I echo everyone's sentiments here. I think it's deplorable how little affordable housing we've created in the town up to this point. I'm a member of Shopsy, and as a citizen, I think we need affordable housing because to preserve the character of the town, to stop it from becoming Weston or Dover. You know, we want it to be affordable to people who have average incomes and even decent incomes can't afford to live in this town. So my concern in this context is the allocation of resources. So just to give you an example, Hudson took a project, an old analogous to the South Union School building, their police building. They took it and they put an RFP and got it redeveloped. And it takes creativity to create affordable housing because it doesn't work under conventional economics. A developer is not going to come in and say, yep, I'll buy that property and spend $400,000 a unit to build 20 units and I'll get $350,000 per unit in return. It doesn't work on a conventional economics. So for affordable housing projects to work, there has to be a lattice work of different public-private partnerships and funding mechanisms, state funds from DHCD, grant programs, subsidies, town contributions. It's a whole lattice work of things that have to go in to make these affordable housing projects work. And so again, coming back to this Hudson example, the way they structured theirs is that the town donated the land. The developer got money from DHCD and some of their housing programs. There was some, I think, historical preservation housing funds that came into play. And then the town also used their affordable housing trust funds, I think, and that was a larger project. I think that was 40 units, but they put, $700,000 of their own affordable housing trust funds into that project. Again, as part of this lattice work to create this project that created 40 units. So I guess my concern here is that if there's an opportunity at South Union School Building to create 15 affordable units and to preserve a beautiful historical building, is that a better use of a limited amount of resources in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund than putting all the eggs into one unit on Corderville Road? That's my concern. I am all in for the Corderville Road. I think it's a great idea. I applaud the Historical Commission for bringing it to our attention. I love the collaboration. I'm just worried that we're taking all the eggs and putting it in one basket for one unit where, over the next year or so, if the town decides to do something with South Union School Building, that money we may get more return and value out of putting that money towards the South Union School Building.
Totally understand everything you said. Totally understand the ability to leverage. So your report you think is going to be ready in a couple of weeks, because we are looking forward to the report. No joke.
I know.
So we really we'll have you in when it's ready, and we will continue discussion.
Good. I just thought it's relevant to this.
It is.
discussion.
It totally is.
And,
I don't think they're mutually exclusive, but
I hope they're not, because that'd be great. If we could do both, hallelujah, that'd be fantastic.
Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't know who you were. I actually.
No worries.
yeah.
I'm just a little guy.
You're much younger than I thought you were. So anyway, thank you. Okay. Okay. I think that should wrap up the discussion, except for what we need to decide tonight, which is there interest in the select board at encouraging this project to go to the next step, to look at it further, to see if there is a way to put this together in a way that seems to be economically feasible and ends up with adding a unit to our affordable housing stock, or a building to Southport to use for whatever we think it should be. I mean, this is a really nice location. Remember, we own one, this would be 5. We own 7, 9, whatever the senior center is, and you got 2 in between. So we almost have the whole block there. We own, community centers across the street, you got Woodward. So it's almost all town stuff right there. So I just hate to see us not truly flush this out, look at all ideas here and see where we think the best one might land.
I say yes.
Yes.
So I want a legal look at this as the next step.
Okay. I mean, there's a lot of next steps here. So the question is, do you want to go to the next, take a look? Are you interested in this property? If we can come up with a deal that makes sense for everybody. Okay.
Yes, I'm certainly interested in a conversation, Kathy. I'd like Shopsy and.
So that's the next question.
Okay.
Okay. So you said yes, all for, okay. Now, Lisa, what do you think the next step should be?
I think Shopsy should take a look at what we've talked about tonight to see what the best avenue might be. I think they're best qualified for this, whether it may be Habitat, let them come back to us with a recommendation of what they think. It might be the Housing Authority, but I think that needs to be explored. So that would be my suggestion. And then to bring something to the trust, and then ultimately we can make decisions, we can ask questions, whatnot. But in my opinion, Kathy, that would be the next step. And for historical as well, can take part in those discussions with Shopsy.
Okay. Everybody agree with that is?
I don't. I think we need to get legal opinion first
that
before
first.
sure. Okay.
Before,
I thought we were doing that first.
Shopsy, they can.
But I also think we need to be clear on who the negotiators are of the town.
Yes.
I don't think that we should, I think we need to be careful on who is in communication with who. So I think we just need to get with council, flush that through, and then loop back with historical and Chopsy on next steps.
Okay, so what are you specifically saying do as the next step?
Talk to town council.
Okay, and then decide what to do.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Everybody agree with that?
Yeah, that
Okay.
should be quick. I mean, that's a
Yeah,
legal
I think so
question.
too.
And
Okay.
I mean, real is pretty straightforward
And, and
stuff.
Chelsea, the homeowner does have a local attorney in Northborough. So they could talk to
Okay.
Mr. Tallerman,
That's great.
days.
Great. Thanks, Kevin.
Okay, so I will take it upon myself to do the legal piece of it. Okay, and report. I think it is too.
Assuming it's straightforward, what is the next step in terms of how do we sort out who the contact point is and how that works? I mean, Shopsy clearly has work to do there. But my goal is to actually, let's get something done quickly here. Let's not
I agree.
put it off till,
So I'm going to keep this on the agenda.
April
till
or
We
May.
really have it planned as far as
Okay.
for it to go forward. So thank you, everybody that came here. Shopsy, Al, thank you for staying so late.
Kathy, do they need to adjourn their meetings?
Yes, they do.
Do I need a motion to adjourn?
Yes, you need a motion to adjourn.
Grant Farrington is the motion to adjourn, Jim Blaschke seconds, Historical Commission, roll call vote, Grant, all in favor? Aye.
Okay,
Then
Dorian,
we're adjourned.
Dorian. And then you gotta do yours.
while we're
Motion
good,
to
how about
adjourn,
adjourn?
Shopsy. Do we have a second? Okay, all in favor? Okay, unanimous.
Thank you, Lisa.
Tonight, guys.
Thank you.
Planning Board, are you sticking around? All right.
Did you adjourn the? commi- yeah.
Dorian, before you leave, do I have a motion to adjourn the Affordable Housing Trust Fund?
So move.
Is there a second? Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you, Kathy.
Okay, moving on. Okay, reports. So chair's report. I only have one. And we got to add a little humor sometimes tonight. So remember that last time we talked about the new street LED street lights, National Grid was going to put up an array for us over close to Finn on Richards.
Kathy, excuse me a second. John, could you guys move the conversation outside, please? I'm having a hard time hearing. Thanks.
Okay. I'm gonna start. It's okay. Thank you, John, for coming. Okay. Okay, so remember where we left this off when the professor came and Marnie came and John and National Grid was here. They were going to put up an array so we can really compare the 15 watt to the 19 watt bulbs. And I spent a month arguing with my husband about, you don't understand, it's Kelvin's. I said, we do understand it. Anyway, they have started the process, but they messed up. So if you go over there now, they put up a 10 watt, which looks like a flashlight. And so they've got to go back and do it right. So he says he thinks in the next 2 weeks they'll have them up so we can go there and look at the different wattages, but the 10 watt is definitely not one we want. I can tell you that. Okay, so they have forgotten, they messed up as far as the wattage. So they're not sure how it happened, but it did. Okay, who's doing the Cultural Arts Council Grant Awards event?
Me.
Okay, go ahead.
I had the pleasure of attending the Cultural Arts Council Grant Award presentation, I guess a week or two ago now. For the folks who aren't aware, our Cultural Arts Council gets a grant from the state each year to support local arts programs, and it's around $5,000 a year. It comes from a state budget allocation plus funds from state gambling revenues. And they issue grants, typically a few $100s, $1,000 for a dozen or so groups, things like performance groups, various art programs, et cetera. And great program and a lot of interesting things going on there. So they're always looking for donors and participants. So if folks are looking for something to get interested in, the Cultural Arts Council is an interesting, they've got a vacancy now, I think, on the council as well. So if folks are interested in participating, they would entertain applications. So great group, and they do a lot of good work that doesn't get a lot of visibility. It was a pleasure to attend the ceremony. Thanks.
So I really don't have anything specific tonight. Most of what's been going on lately has to do with budget town meeting. And so we've already talked about one and we'll talk about the other one shortly.
Right, thank you. All right, sorry, Terry. A, B, C, D, E, and F. Anybody want to hold A?
A.
Okay, the minutes. Anybody want to hold B? C? D. D is the finance director
Yep,
contract.
hold that for a minute, yeah.
Okay. E, appointing the DPW. Okay, and F, I want to hold F. Okay, so we're gonna hold A, D, and F. Okay, so a motion to approve consent agenda items B, C, and E.
So move second.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, Sam, A.
I've got some editorial changes on the February 7th, January 31st, I'm okay with.
Which one?
February 7th, I have changes.
Okay, so everybody's okay with the 31st? On the 31st?
On lines 151 through lines 153, we're talking about the approval of St. Mark's MOU, and there's capitalized license agreements. I think it should just be singular in 151 and 153.
Okay, so license agreement, right? Okay.
That's the only one I had for January 31st.
Okay. So same what you got on the 7th?
Yep, I got a few on the 7th.
Go ahead.
Lines 91, 93, and 94, Mr. Wood's name is misspelled, has an S on the end of it inappropriately. It's John Wood.
Okay,
Lines 219 and 222, Miss Faniff's name is misspelled, needs an extra E. Line 222, I believe it should be E ampersand D instead of END. Line
It's
232.
EMD.
Is it EMD?
yep.
Yep.
What is EMD then?
It's not EMD, it is EM. as in Mary D.
Emergency Management Dispatch, I think.
Okay,
Something like
EMD.
that, you should know.
I know.
Okay, so
Okay.
END is EMD, Bridget.
That was excess and deficiency like the schools. So anyway,
Nope,
okay.
nope.
All right, line 232, instead of downtown demo delay, just demo delay. I didn't know we were demoing downtown yet.
Delay the demolition of downtown. Yes, let's please do that. Okay.
The historical commission has been very busy. Trying to slip one past us.
All right,
Uh,
keep going.
Line 241, it's Mr. Nichols Worley, NICHOLS hyphen WORLEY. And line 255 should be where will. And that's it for that one for me.
Yep.
And EMD is emergency medical dispatch.
Okay.
It's when they read from the cards as far as when people call and tell you what you're supposed to do when you're not doing so well. Okay, is that it, Sam?
That's it for me for 27.
Okay, Lisa, Chelsea? Okay, all right,
I
Bridget.
had one on line 33
okay,
where the sentence began, he suggested, I think should say Mr. Roselli suggested. Because I think
okay,
he's the person who mentioned that point, not Sam.
okay, Mr. Roselli? Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, good job, Bridget, as always. We don't thank her enough. I don't think this is
Yep.
our job. Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve the amended minutes from January 31st and February 7th.
Second,
Okay, all in favor? Okay, done. So we're all caught up except for the 14th. Okay, next one held is the employment agreement for the finance director, Mr. Valentine. Sam,
yeah, I assume the one that we're voting on now is the one that was most
well,
recently.
we got to make there's one typo in it. We got to change, we got to get the S.
Okay,
Okay.
but that was
so-
the one that was most recently distributed this
Yes,
afternoon.
so I was, you got two this afternoon,
Yep.
pretty close to each other. So did you see the second one? So there was typos all the way through. There's nothing substantive changed. So I just want to make sure you got the second one.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so that's the one that we're voting on, and there's one more change to be made to it. So go ahead, Sam.
The only other change I would suggest is that, as we've done in several of these agreements, we need to get the right name for the Fair Labor Standards Act, standards plural. And we got standard singular and a bunch of them, so I'm trying to get to those as we get them here, so. Not a big deal, but let's get it right. So,
Right, okay. So that should be it. It's an S, okay?
Right, yes,
We're adding an S to Fair Labor Standards Act. Okay.
Right.
Apparently it's a nitpick with Mr. Stivers that we
Yes.
don't ever get it.
I'll
right.
I'll be chief nitpicker.
Okay. All right. Everybody okay with that? Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve the amended contract for Mr. Ballantyne for the year beginning July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2026, as amended by adding the S to Fair Labor Standards Act.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, and let's just take a minute to say he's not here. I know he doesn't feel well. How happy we are that he works for this town, how great he is to work with, how pleasant he is to work with, and what will we do with him as far as the work that he does to get this budget, and always does it with a smile on his face, no matter what you ever ask him, he gets it right back to you, and just is a joy to work with.
And Kathy, also, I think that in the document reflected his hire date, some date in March 2003, 2003, so his 20th anniversary is coming up.
Yeah.
I think it's appropriate.
Do
I don't
some
know if it's
recognition.
between now and the next meeting that we thank Mr. Ballantyne for working for us for 20 years.
Yep, that is a milestone. So good point, Andrew. Okay, the next one is the OPM. Okay, so this is the townhouse project. So the good news is, we were worried for a while that the project was going to cost a lot more than what even CPC had approved, even with the contingency, with inflation, et cetera. That's not the case. I wanted to bring this up when we were discussing five portable because it may be relevant. Anyway, so I just want to go over the numbers so everybody has them and find my worksheet. So, long story short, there should be about $600,000 that comes back to CPC when everything's said and done. And that's after paying the OPM, that's after paying the architect, et cetera, per Mr. Parent. So it's a lot less than what they thought it was going to cost, even when they approved it at town meeting 2021. He also said that the contractor is chomping at the bit to get going, so it should get going pretty soon. I asked him for, if he had to guess how long it would take, he said, Kathy, don't ask me that, but I said, guess. He said, no more than a year and a half. It all depends. There's a big lead time on ordering the windows, so that's what's going to determine how fast it gets done. But what he did say is, this building is going to look so nice when it's done, with, all the things that are planned to it. It's a beautiful building anyway, but he thinks we're going to be really, really, really happy with this building when this project is done. Okay. And this would give, hopefully it's put more money back in the CPC historic bucket, which might be used for 5 Corderville Road. So that was all good news. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knew what the numbers were before we voted on this one. Okay.
So can I just ask a question?
Of course.
So what we're looking at is including the alternates,
Yes,
almost
all three.
1.3 million.
Yep.
And we approved over 2, but did that include the architecture money? And that's why you're saying it's 600,000 that will go back?
So here's your exact numbers.
Okay.
See, since you like exact numbers.
Yep.
So the article was 2.238281. So call it 2.238.
Okay. Yeah.
The architect is 237,000 and the OPM is 60,000. So if you add the 237, the 60 and the 1,277,000 that we're being asked to approve tonight, you're going to end up with 600,000, 664 left over.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions on that one? So I think that is great news that it's about to get started and we'll end up with a, we got a great new bathroom and then everything's gonna look really nice. Okay, so Mr. Miller, did you hear all that? Okay, hopefully that makes you guys happy too. Okay, so I will make a motion to approve the low bidder on the contract of, and I don't know how to say this, I guess Calise Restoration and Weatherproofing Corp. For $1,277,000 that includes the 3 alternates, 58,000 for the chimney rebuild, 59,000 for the rubber roof, and 20,000 for the copper downspout.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? Okay, that's done.
Before we move on to the next item, can we take a 5-minute break?
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely. We're in recess for 5 minutes. Are you ready, Chelsea? All right, so we're back in session at 9:49. We might make it. Okay, so next item on the agenda is the finalization of the MOU with St. Mark's Schools. So everybody should have the final version that has St. Mark's signatures on it. Board has signed. Rob Kuklus has signed. They've signed off on this, and they accepted all the major changes that we asked for with our last reiteration where we took out all the license agreement stuff. So they agreed. One thing I wanted to go over that we talked about last time that we had a question on, but now I understand why it's in there. You go to the section on, I think it's, yeah, number 7, parties to bear their own cost of construction. Remember, we had a question why this was in there. It was the last sentence. It says, provided, however, that each party understands that there may be incidental work on each other's properties. We didn't understand what was in there because at that point you own your property. The swap's done, you're starting to work. Well, it's in there for a good reason. Let's say we're doing work on the new St. Mark's street and the machine needs to be on the St. Mark's new land to be able to do its work. So this just allows each party to do the work they need to do, even if it, gets on the other person's land while they're doing it. They're not doing the work on our land, but they may need to touch our land to be able to do what they need to do. So that's why that's in there. Okay. Makes sense, Andrew? Makes sense? Okay, Sam, Lisa?
Yep.
Chelsea?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Other than that, there's a couple typos. I got those fixed, and let's see. So their Board of Trustees has signed, the chair, the Facilities Committee Chair for the Board of Trustees signed, and Rob has signed. So they're all signed off on this. They're ready to go. So our turn. And remember, the reason we want to sign this now is because we want to be able to state from this point on that the license agreement that was signed last year is null and void. Okay, so there's no question, we have gotten rid of that license agreement that everybody disliked so much. Okay, everybody agree? Okay, all right. Okay, Andrew.
So you're asking about questions on
I
this.
just want to make sure you're ready. This is, I think we're there.
So just a point I wanted to raise. Some of the language about that exact topic, there's some inconsistency in the different paragraphs about how that's described. So, for example, in paragraph 2, at the end of the first paragraph of paragraph 2, after the sentence, in the event that the approval is not obtained by December 31st, 2023, then this agreement shall be null and void and without force and effect, comma, provided, however, that such failure to obtain the approval shall be subject to the applicable provisions of section 5.
Okay.
I think that this is not something I would think that St. Mark's would have any issue with, because it's just reiterating that the effect of the failure to obtain the approval is the same that paragraph 5 applies. That is to just state that consistently in paragraph 3, paragraph 4, and paragraph 6 and paragraph 10. And I did have a conversation with Jay about this earlier today, and just to confirm my understanding that the fact that the language varies a little bit in those paragraphs isn't intended to convey that there's actually a different intent behind those. And the reason why I think that making this clear in the version that we signed would be important is because in the recitals, the whereas clauses, in one of them, the capitalized term license, capital L, is introduced, and it's referring to the reciprocal license that was executed back in November 2021 that proved so controversial. So I think by making clear that if there's a failure to obtain the town meeting contingency or the planning board contingency, et cetera, that is not in any way intended to revive the capital L license that has proved so controversial. That's why I think it would be more effective and consistent to instead say what I have the language consistent from all those paragraphs.
So you're not saying it doesn't say that already. You just think it needs to be clearer?
Yes,
Okay. And you said that to Jay?
yes.
And did he agree or disagree?
I think he's, I think, indifferent, other than that, you know, in the flow of things here, we have an agreement which has been signed by St. Mark's, right? And
Well, that's why I'm pushing a little bit here because
Yeah,
they've
yeah.
signed this.
I understand, I understand. Here's just the point that I'm making is where there's really no reason why I think that these provisions should be inconsistent in those different paragraphs. And I agree with you that this is a key issue to clarify that the execution of this document is intended to supplant the capital L license. It's worth the disruption to the kind of flow of this to just explain to St. Mark's the reason for this. And by doing this, you could potentially save a lot of time at town meeting of people asking questions. You know, well, why is this still in there? You just want to make as clear as possible what the intent here is.
Because, you know, it doesn't mean someone can't bring it up, but the MOU is not being debated at town meeting. They could ask, but you know,
You're right.
article is being debated. We're going to have a report that explains the whole history. We're going to, you know, discuss everything very clearly with the facts, but the MOU is not going to
Yeah.
be up to debate. I mean, it's signed at that point.
Well, another thing we talked about that he suggested is to just sign this existing document and then give St. Mark's what's called a signing statement. So in other words, you sign the document, say, just to clarify, our understanding of this is that these provisions mean this, but the clear way of doing that is just to clarify the document.
So is that your preference?
That's my preference.
Okay, go ahead.
Andrew, do you think, based on what you've just said, that it could potentially create an issue at town meeting on the swap itself if somebody has a question on this specific license?
Okay. Can you say your question a little bit differently?
So you're talking about having consistent language
Yes.
and people understanding the license with an L. Do you think if we signed it as it is today, the concerns that you have and you raised with Jay, if we do nothing, could present a concern at town meeting on the swap that somebody will bring up?
I do.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Sam?
Andrew touches on a point that actually had been a concern of mine, and not being an attorney, I'm less concerned about it, I guess, from a legal standpoint. But I guess I like the idea of a signing statement. I think for me, at least, that would address the issue and put it to bed. And if for some strange reason St. Mark's doesn't agree, I'm not sure what we do at that point, but I think that would be a way to keep it moving. And I think the intent is pretty clear. If somebody really gets picky about the language, they could start picking that one apart. So that was one of my concerns. The other thing that I assume we're going to talk about is I watched the planning board meeting last night and talking about the planning board contingency. And I actually don't agree with the planning board's proposal in the letter that we got today. I'll be happy to talk about why, but I'm satisfied that the language as represented in this draft relative to the planning board approval contingency is the right way to go, but happy to talk about that later. So those are
Well, I
two issues.
assume that's
for
why
me.
they're sitting up here to
Yes.
talk about that. And we will. Okay, but
Those-
let's get to this part of it
Those are the
first.
two issues for me. So I'm ready to go ahead with a signing statement.
But a signing statement, okay, help me here. Signing statement, St. Mark's has to sign that too.
Okay, what we talked about is a signing statement is not really enforceable. Okay, and the term it really comes from there was a practice among some presidents. You sign a
Yeah.
yes, you sign
Yes.
a piece of legislation, then you also sign a signing statement. This is our understanding of what this term means, blah, blah, blah. It's not really binding. So, I mean, I think Jay would prefer to go with the signing statement, right? You know, he says there's no reasonable person could really read the language in the agreement as suggesting that it's not intended to supplant the capital L license. And I agree with that, but just my own preference for how contracts should be drafted. The intent is the same, then the language used in each paragraph should be
Okay, but answer my question. Who signs the signing statement?
just us.
Oh. Okay, so no wonder.
I mean, you also talk, you could have an amendment to this. I mean, I know we're getting at the point where we really don't want more edits.
Back and forth.
Yeah. But I think this probably should be not, not that controversial, right? We're just,
Given you're clarifying, we're not changing anything. I think I'd agree with you. I just don't know, you're talking to these people are the board of trustees. They don't live here, I don't think. So I don't know if they've got their stamp and that's where this came from. So I just don't know how much trouble it will be to get this done. And I would hate for it to be a lot of trouble, but
I
me,
would too.
I think this reads, I understand, I think it reads like it should. I think until you said that, I didn't see what you saw. But you're the attorney. Four of us aren't. So I want it to be done right. I don't want anything being brought up at town meeting that would just be, an unforced error. As far as, so I'm willing to ask Jay to go back. If you can go, but can you do the drafting with Jay? Because I'm still not quite sure what you want in here.
I wrote something out and brought it with me, but
Okay.
it's just taking that language and putting it in the same paragraphs, and I discussed it with Jay too.
So, everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, Sam? Okay. All right, so it's on you if they don't sign.
When it blows up,
Well, here,
we know
I
where
think
to
that,
call.
Yeah, no pressure at all.
makes sense to before, having a phone call to someone to just explain
When are
this.
you leaving on vacation? Okay, so I'm happy to call Rob and talk to
Yeah.
him. I've got other things to talk to him about, so
Yeah.
I'll talk to him and ask him if he could do this one last thing for us.
Yeah, you can,
So you'll get me the language, right?
you got it right here.
Okay, all right. Everybody was okay with the
I
plan?
made 5 copies of it too, in case someone wants to look at it. but-
Lisa, you're okay with the plan?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry, yes.
Okay. Okay, so all in agreement with that, we will incorporate Andrew's clarifications. Okay. All right. Okay, planning board, who wants to go?
I will. So we were finally able to meet with town council. He attended our meeting last night, gave us 45 minutes. We requested that he attend a meeting to discuss this on January 25th and came last night. We have concerns and request that those 2 sentences be removed because it diminishes the authority of the planning board. The sentence regarding the alternatively give notice that no such approval is required, that was just added in the second on the 2-7 copy. So that didn't come from St. Mark's. That is far from my understanding, listening to select board meetings, it came from our town council. And St. Mark's has all along agreed to come to the planning board for site plans. So to put that in there is, I think, just poking a bear that doesn't need to be. And it diminishes the authority of the elected planning board. Secondly, the first edit to remove the or conditions that aren't acceptable by the school. If there are conditions that aren't acceptable for the school, then they can appeal. And then the MOU would be null and void.
But, okay.
So, Jesse and Deb, you guys agree with Mimi? Anything else to add?
I do. Well, specifically provide notice that such approval is not required. I wish that we had had more time with Mr. Tallerman because I didn't even get a chance to ask him what that means, and how that impacts our authority. So do you know what that means? Do you understand what that sentence, the context of that and how that impacts our permit, if there's a permit required for their submission or site plan
Yeah.
review?
So this is really like, in a purchase and sale agreement where someone says, I want to buy your house, but I want to buy it because I want to turn it into X type of structure and I need to get some relief from a zoning board or something like that, or else I don't really want to do it. So, I mean, I read this as saying if the town, if St. Mark's got an approval from the planning board for its project, but it had so many different conditions that just said, you know what, forget it. I think that therefore we're not gonna.
That was the first part, not the second part.
But Mr. Dennington, I'm asking specifically about the sentence that we asked.
Second sentence near the bottom
Correct.
there.
Okay.
Mr. Stivers, provide notice alternatively.
Yeah.
Provide notice that such approval is not required.
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't really change that. It already
Yeah.
says to facilitate the provisions of this paragraph, the school shall apply for any required planning board or other municipal approval. So,
Alternatively, provide notice that such approval is not required.
So if St. Mark says, we don't need this approval, then they haven't gotten the approval and the deal blows up.
Or it could mean that they provide notice that such approval is not required, disregard what we said, and it goes forward anyway.
No, but again,
this
That's what I'm-
has to do with us getting the land that we want, not whether their project goes forward in the way they want. This, even if this agreement was not signed, there would still be the same issues.
I don't know that I agree with that. They have an interest in an outcome on their land that they're gonna get. That's gonna require our review.
I'm loath to change something that, I know for a fact that.
Mike,
All right, I'm still loath to change anything that I was told point blank that St. Mark's Council put in. I asked, when I first saw this, I said, who put in paragraph 3? Point blank, they did. So I think this paragraph is all their council as far as put in. So that I think would be a substantive change if we did change that. And at this point, we've negotiated this long and hard. I don't want to do anything that would require their attorney to weigh back in and then not like what we've done and we're back to the drawing board.
So that
So-
alternatively sentence was put in by our town council.
I don't think you can assume that, Mimi.
I didn't assume it.
He said that
He
point, he
said
said
it
that.
in the select board.
Okay, well, I'm done.
He said it.
I'm telling you what I know. If he told you differently, then that's news to me that he put that in there. Well, you had in there, why didn't you ask him why it's in there?
We had 45 minutes. We asked him as much as we could in the time we were given.
Well, I thought the whole purpose of that meeting was to talk about paragraph 3.
And discontinuance of the road.
All right, so you spent, okay, all right. I didn't realize, I thought it was all paragraph 3, so we could get this signed.
I guess what I'm asking is, and I understand your desire to expedite this and put it behind you. But if we did get promise, so to speak, from Mr. Town, that we would attend subsequent. So if you could give us a little more time, the town council, maybe we can work through this. I mean, obviously you don't need our seal of approval on you signing this, but I'm just, if our opinion matters, this is a major concern, and I'm not hearing any of you explain what it means, or the only thing I'm hearing is it's too late for signing.
No, we didn't say that exactly, Jesse, and we absolutely respect your opinion. That's why we delayed this, because you asked us to. You wrote us a letter and said, please don't do it. So we did, in deference to what you'd asked, but we're just running out of time. Why can't, Mimi, why can't you just call Jay and ask him this question and report back to the planning board? Why do you need to I don't know how many, you're gonna meet, what, one more time before town meeting? We can't wait to March 13th or 14th to get this done. We don't meet again to March 21st. That's way too late as far as getting this done. We really need to get this thing signed. Okay, so Jesse, you're right. We're sitting here going, we didn't write this sentence, so maybe loath to understand exactly what it is, but what if it's St. Mark's doesn't do anything and therefore they don't need to come to you? I mean, I guess that's probably remote. They intend to make it a bigger parking lot than what they have now. So I don't think that's going to happen, but what if that's the reason it's in there? I don't know.
Well, it says required approvals.
Yep.
Yep.
And all along, until Jay was here at this select board meeting, it was known and agreed upon by Rob at St. Mark's that they would come to the planning board for site plan. And it was Jay here that decided that, oh, no, they don't really need to, it's Dover. And that's completely untrue. And he last night said that Dover does not exempt them from site plan. So there's no reason for that to be there except to add additional confusion, which I don't think we need any more of in this project. And for whatever reason, diminish the authority of the elected planning board.
How about if there was a phone call with Mimi, Jesse, and maybe Kathy with Jay to figure out what this means and if there's an issue? Yeah, before we.
Are we going to delay it to get the Andrews
Yeah.
edits in here? So we're
Yeah.
not signing tonight. Okay, so you got that, right?
Yep.
So why not just do that so we can get on the phone this week and get that sentence resolved as far as why it's there?
And maybe do that before we get back to St. Mark's about Andrew.
Oh, sure.
Well,
We only need to go back to St. Mark's one more time. We cannot go back to them
Yeah.
twice,
mean,
one time.
And I just one last little statement, so to speak, as just speaking for myself. I mean, this is not obviously, and I've said this multiple times. This is not the way that we do business normally. But at this point, I want to move forward. I get the sense the rest of the planning board wants to move forward with the best possible mitigation outcome. So.
Well, that's good to hear.
We're gonna collaborate in a productive way.
And Jesse, you don't know this, but we have tried really hard to make sure that as part of this process to get this park built, which we think is the better course of action, besides doing nothing, is Mimi and Lisa and I met and we went over everything that was in the planning board jurisdiction. I wrote it down because you got to make sure we've got this right. So we've tried very hard to make sure that we checked in with planning board as far as the steps that we need to take, that you guys are certainly, it's within your jurisdiction as far as this goes. So we really have tried very hard to make sure that things that are under your purview, we have dealt with properly.
And
Okay.
I do repeatedly also emphasize that I really hope that going forward, I know you're in agreement on this, that we don't have this situation happen again. Or where like.
Should I even answer that?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
can we talk about the sentence that was stricken higher in the paragraph?
Yeah.
Deemed.
Yep.
Because again, I think that one, in my mind, is exactly, again, something that, is very reasonable. In fact, it doesn't detract from the planning board's ability to set whatever conditions the planning board thinks is appropriate. And St. Mark's can determine that, as I think it was mentioned earlier here, oops, we can't deal with those conditions. We want to move on. We're not even going to appeal. So it gives them an opportunity to bail out at any point, which would basically not get the approval required. It would kill the project at that point. So
Their project, not our
It
project.
would
their
kill
project.
it would kill the land swap.
land swap, yeah, kill the land swap.
I think that is written in a way that's not meaningful. Or maybe St. Mark's meant that it should have a different meaning, but as it's currently written, it says that the planning board approval shall not have been obtained.
Not be deemed to have been attained. That's
Deemed.
standard legal language. Yeah.
Obtained, right.
doesn't count.
It's subject to an appeal, which I disagree with, but I think others on the board thought, well, that's okay because we have to mention appeal, but it's only if appeal is realized, actually. I mean, it doesn't mean that we wouldn't have an approval if we approve it, but the contains conditions unacceptable to the board. Under Dover, the only thing that the planning board can do is condition.
I think Dover is irrelevant here, though.
No,
There
this paragraph starts with Dover. This refers all to Dover.
No, but the focus of it is the approval. If the planning board approves something here, and then St. Mark's either decides that we don't like it, we want to appeal, or decides that the conditions are something that we can't live with, then they have the option to bail at that point, and that kills the swap.
Well, that's not what the sentence says, unfortunately.
I think it says that.
Planning board, then the approval shall not be, there is no approval.
Yeah, there's no
That's
approval.
not true that the planning board does the work and grants an
Well,
approval, but limits it.
But that's not focused on the planning board, Debbie. It is for the purposes of this agreement, approval is a defined term here.
Right.
And so approval doesn't count as far as this agreement is concerned, even though the planning board has technically approved the application.
I just don't understand that. Can you explain?
That's just
So-
what I
so
said.
Are you saying what Jay had said originally, that the approval doesn't matter?
No,
Because
I'm
it's
not.
Approved because it's
Well,
Dover?
the planning board technically approves the site plan or whatever
Right.
permit. And in fact, for the purposes of this agreement, though, St. Mark's has to agree that that approval is workable for them. So, and if they determine at their sole discretion here that there are conditions or they decide to want to appeal, then for the purposes of this agreement only, totally separate from the planning board's approval with a capital, double capital A or whatever for the purpose of this agreement is not in effect, and therefore the agreement
Well, I
crashes.
prefer that the statement say then the agreement is not in effect, rather than the approval isn't granted.
But this is very standard. I mean, I'm not an attorney here, very standard legal
I think the
language.
point that I was trying to get at is that and please feel free to jump in here to,
I'm not the lawyer.
well, the capital A approval, this is not saying what the law requires to do this project or not. It's just, this is the St. Mark's forget about it clause, right? Which if that's exercised, then you just go back to square one. The town doesn't get any we're back to the same situation, and then St. Mark's could still apply to build whatever parking lot they want.
Do
And then
something else
whatever
there,
is,
yeah.
none of this would apply. So,
Can I ask a question, Kathy?
just-
Well,
but it's really, this is really like their piece of, it's not really intended to say what approvals legally are or are not required to do whatever work they want to do. It's really their, forget about it clause. And we, yeah.
so just a question, Mimi. So when Jay was there, did you have an opportunity to speak to him about this specific sentence and your concern with it? And I would suggest if you didn't, that maybe on the phone call that you're going to have with him, he might be able to provide some clarity. Just a suggestion.
This was discussed. Yeah, this
Yeah.
phrase, yeah.
And what was his, I missed that piece. What was his thought process on it being in there?
Well, like Mr. Dennington said, and I understand why it's there, like any developer that comes, that signs the purchase and sale on a property, that it's usually contingent upon getting certain approvals, and if they don't, then it's null and void. And so I see this as the same thing. It's just some of these things in here are not protecting the interests of the town. It's way,
Well, that's what this
Oh.
paragraph is for, is to protect the interests of St. Mark's.
Yeah.
And we got our interests protected elsewhere.
I guess the point that why I am hesitant to, I thought the edit that I had in mind, I'm very, very hesitant. I think Jay is hesitant to any more edits, but it's just clarifying one intent that I think everyone agrees on. This arrangement blowing up is a bad outcome. And I think that this pushing St. Mark's on this tends to risk that bad outcome, which is just there's no land swap. They own the whole land except the St. Mark's Street. And then whatever combination of the Dover Amendment, the site plan review bylaw governs how they want to pursue parking lot project, that applies, and this memorandum of purchase and sale of real estate doesn't govern it at all.
So I'm willing to have the phone call with Mimi and Jesse this week on that. If Jay added that, talk about that with Jay, okay? But this first one, I know that the St. Mark's attorney put that in there, so I don't want to quibble with that one because that's changing something they asked to be in here. Okay, good enough, fair enough? Fair enough?
Can I just ask for clarification? So if the planning board receives site plan approval, we don't know what that project looks like right now, but let's say we receive the approval, and we site plan, and we approve it with conditions, and which is really all you can do under Dover. So you can't deny it, but you can restrict it. And so for whatever reasons, there might be some conditions and they don't like it. Can they go say, well, it's now not approved, we're gonna just go build it?
No.
No.
So it's just to say.
No, what they would say is,
Way?
forget about it. We're sick of this whole process. We're not giving you any of this land. We'll just do whatever we want. with it.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying.
So they're basically any permit requests, site plan, actually.
So there's a
And we've got, Jesse, the timing set up so that, the contractor, E.H. Perkins, Mark's talked to them and they're planning on coming back in June. So we're hoping this all works with everybody's timing to do the approvals post, we're hoping that the, two articles pass, right, town meeting. Then we're hoping that what has to happen after that, which is really planning board at that point, happens in a way that allows the contractor to come back when he's supposed to, because he said, I'm coming back once, he threatened to not come back last year, but then changed his mind when he realized he had to come back anyway for other things. So he's still got one big project to do. He's got the sidewalk to put in, he's got Corvo Road to do. He's got quite a bit to do. So, I mean, he had to start on that to begin with, but we're hoping that that all works with everything. If we have our druthers as far as trying to get this thing done. So, okay. So I will be in touch with you too and talk to Jay and get something set up so we can get on the phone with him. Okay, is that okay? Okay, thank
Could
you.
I ask a question, please?
Yes, you can, absolutely. Okay,
Thanks.
no, thank you. Yes, you may.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you guys for hanging in there.
Thank you.
I know it's late.
I just have one other comment that I think I had asked last time that I'm not sure we got an answer on or got the ball rolling. But in terms of the discontinuance of the road and ending it, I think we need to get public safety involved so we understand what that means. So that, because once we vote it at town meeting, it's effective immediately, right?
So why don't we talk, because
Okay.
that's well underway too.
Okay.
BHP has done the work. So I was going to even talk to Mimi, but so we've been trying to talk because
Okay.
we got to make sure that's done right too.
Yeah.
So I agree.
Okay.
So there's no.
I just didn't have any follow-up on that, so I just want to make sure it's
All right.
moving. So if we can get an update next meeting.
Okay.
That was
Okay.
discussed at the planning board last night with
Oh.
Jay as well, so.
Yep. So lots of details to work out. Mr. Perry.
Yeah, well, Andrew, you say you have your wording, but you never read your wording. We don't know what your wording is. Neither do they. You said you have 5 copies, but you haven't stated what your wording is. Can
Yeah,
we
yes,
hear
he
it?
did, Mr. Perry. Yes, he did.
He did?
Yes,
Or can I hear it?
that it was the same sentence as in the previous paragraph.
It's going to be a standard sentence in each clause. Is that what I understand?
Mike,
Provided, however, that such failure to obtain the approval, and then you could substitute in the planning board approval, the school approval, et cetera, shall be subject to the applicable provisions of section 5.
Of section 5. What's that?
Section 5?
the license.
Yeah.
The license. And so so what are you proposing to do? You're proposing the board sign say what again? What are you proposing happens to your language?
We are proposing to get on the same page with St. Mark's that there is no real, that the change that I'm suggesting is really just a change to the language that clarifies the intent, that we're all on the same page. That if any of these things don't happen, that the prior reciprocal license agreement is indeed has been supplanted, and that paragraph 5 governs.
So just to clarify, are you personally hoping that St. Mark's amends the
I don't
memorandum?
really think it's more of an amendment. It's just clarifying
Oh,
what the
all right.
intent is. And even if they didn't agree, I think that it's pretty clear that,
Yeah,
Still works.
yeah,
I see. So just to be clear, so you're hoping that St. Mark's will change the document to include your paragraph?
I hope that we, as I said, get on the same page about that. That would be great, but even if it didn't change, I still think it's clear that says right up front.
No, I'm just trying to understand what you
Okay,
want.
thanks.
Because Kathy was saying she didn't want St. Mark's to change anything. She wanted to leave it as it is and not sort of rough the waters. But you're proposing that they do, that you are going to. All right, okay. Okay, can I just ask some other things? So is there an article about discontinuing the road? I didn't see that. Or is,
It's going to be part of the land swap article.
are you
Yes.
gonna add it onto the land swap?
So we're working on that with the consultant from VHB and planning board to get it right.
I see. That's going to be part of 12.
Yes.
Where's the dollars for the new road?
Then that's not in here. The only thing that's in here for dollars is the next one, which is the park itself, the surface area of the park. The dollars for the new road have been spent in large part. There is a little bit more to be spent, and we're trying to get that clarified from the contractor. So we know there's about $1 million left in that contract. It includes 3 things. Portable Road South from Main Street down to past the public safety building. They got disrupted with the big project. That's number 1. There's 2 things on Main Street that are pretty minor. The brick walk has to be put across the road. The sidewalk has to be built down 85 on the library side. That was always part of it. Then they've got to finish the road itself, pave the road, gravel, whatever. So we're trying to get clarification of how that $1 million is to be allocated on those so that we can explain to town meeting exactly what's left in that contract to be spent. So when someone like you tries to convince town meeting that it would be cheaper to not do anything further, we will have the numbers to say, we respectfully disagree. These are the numbers all through. So we were going to be very, very transparent as far as what's left to be done. So that's still that's inside the E.H. Perkins contract that was signed in August of 21.
So you're saying you're not going to have an article with the dollar figure to finish your project?
Yeah, we are. We pulled the park itself, the surface area of the park out.
Yeah, yes, I
So-
saw that. Yeah, that's Article 13.
So no, we are not trying to take more money. So there was a change order done to the E.H. Perkins contract to pull that money out. So that we could separately show the town what the park itself was going to cost. Okay, so no, we have not tried to pull out any more of the infrastructure work because it's almost done. They may even say it's all paid for. I don't know what they're going to say. So I'll get you the answer. We've asked the question
Yes,
and we've asked them to.
What I want to know is, isn't there going to be an article where town meeting says, are you going to fund X dollars to finish the road and the intersection?
No,
There isn't.
no.
That's already been decided,
What do you
already been
mean?
voted on.
Where has it been decided?
The major project, the $1 million+ project, the Perkins
The
contract.
$2.5 million Perkins contract is still in existence. It's still effective. There's still $1 million to be spent on that contract per Ms. Galligan before she left. She just couldn't.
Okay, so let me get this clear. So your suggestion is town meeting last year approved a lump sum
Nope,
for Perkins.
No.
which-
no.
What do you
Town meeting
suggest?
never approved that contract. This was a road contract called Berry Streets. Select Board approved the
Oh, you-
contract. It was
okay.
not a town meeting vote.
Okay, so let's get it clear. So you're suggesting then that you're going to tell town meeting that the select board had the authority to fund the road work, and you approved it last year, and that included the finishing of the road and the intersection, which hasn't yet been done. Is that what you're going to say?
Yes.
That's what you're going to tell town meeting.
Yes.
So how are we going to know what the actual figure is if it's not spent?
Because.
How much are you going to save?
David, I'm
Let's say you're
trying to answer your question. Just
Okay.
listen to me. We have asked the contractor, E.H. Perkins, to take the money that's left to be spent on the contract and tell us what it's allocated to. So we can pick apart the piece that still belongs to the infrastructure of the park.
Okay, so there's going to be a sheet with dollar figures on it, and one of the bullets there is going to have the dollar figure which Perkins has allocated to finish the road in the intersection.
There's going to be a report. The select board agrees upon that.
Yeah.
We're going to
Is-
hand out at town meeting. We're going to post it. That's going to explain this project and specific, great, clear detail from beginning to
Right.
end. So that we
Let
can
me ask
try
you-
to
let me ask you
knock down.
again then, because you
So-
keep on.
Okay, David, it's 10:30.
I know, but you're not answering my question.
I am.
Is there going to be a sheet of paper where someone at town meeting can say, there's the bullet, that's the cost of the road in the intersection?
Yes, I just said yes.
There is.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're going to have a dollar figure. Why have you got a dollar figure for the park? Why have you pulled that out separately? Because you didn't fund it last year.
We pulled it out separately so that we can show the town what it really is costing to do the superficial part of the park, the plants, the paths that the working group is working on. So the piece that the working group is working on, we're trying to make sure it's clear because we got a grant for $290,000. So we're trying to show we're not spending any more than $290 on the park piece. And when I say park, I'm not including the stuff underground, the road. I'm not including the road. I'm not including the pipes that were put under to help the drainage problem.
So will I be able?
I'm happy to have this conversation with you offline. if
No,
you
I
really-
want
if you
to
want.
understand it now. We got 4 weeks left. I want it to be clear at town meeting. We all should want it to be clear at town
We're
meeting.
going to be very clear
Okay.
at town meeting.
Okay, so we know what the cost of the park is, and we're going to know what the cost of the road and the
We're
intersection.
going to be very
is. You're not
clear
gonna
about
hide
both
it.
pieces.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
I just want clarity, that's all.
Okay.
Because let's face it, mathematics dictates you're probably not going to win, so we better think it through.
We're trying, David, we're trying. Okay, so, moving on. Mr. Purple, back to you.
It's 10:30. I'll be brief.
Okay.
So regarding the building commissioner search, we are getting resumes in. I think the main thrust of this is I just want to acknowledge some of the efforts that Ms. Hale has done in terms of outreach. You may recall, we had a previous building commissioner that on the side, he also conducted training courses to help to instruct people on getting certified through the state for building inspectors, building commissioners. And Ms. Hale has been in contact with him and said, so who's going through your classes? Who, and looking at, potential candidates that he feels, maybe people that, would be a nice fit. And actually did send a couple of people our way that have applied. And so, we're hoping to get a few more resumes. But we'll begin, we're continuing to move through that process, but.
So it looks like we're going down the right path. as
We're
far as-
we're going down the right path. I mean, it is, like I said, it's just hard.
Yep.
It's just hard out there right now. So we're hoping to get, some decent candidates. That's kind of where we are.
And I've asked Mr. Purple to update us next, we're meeting next Tuesday. We don't have anything in between, right? So next Tuesday meeting, so he can update us on the DPW.
Yes.
Outside search too at that point. Okay, everybody okay with that one? Any questions? Okay, all right, let's pull the warrant out and we're going to go through it and to do a couple things. So you may want to start with the index. And I'm going to read the articles that Mark has proposed to Mr. Semino's moderator to put on the consent agenda and see if anybody has an issue with this. Go ahead.
Just wanted to mention something. I'm not sure when is the right time in your flow you want to talk about. There's one suggested reordering of articles that I wanted to.
Yeah, and I've got one too.
Okay.
All right, so that's part of it too. Okay. All right, so here you go. This is potentially consent. So 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I should have said 15 through
Can you
23.
speak just a little slower there?
Yep,
Sorry,
let me
Tim.
do it again. 1, 2, and 3.
Yep,
Okay, and then next page would be 10 and 11,
yep.
and then 15 through 23. And then one more after that, which is 33. Which is Jim Haggerty's changing the numbering of the town code and correcting a typographical errors. Okay. All right, so anybody have any issue with those? Okay, it's really, you know, it's Paul's call anyway, but we should at least.
And I'm sorry, you did 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 15 through 23. Was there anyone after 23?
33.
33.
Yep.
Thank you.
And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So we got 44, that would take it down to 29 to consider. Okay, so that's about almost exactly a third. Okay, before I forget, pre-town meeting is Monday, the 6th at 6 o'clock at the senior center. Okay, now, Andrew, what would you like to have reordered? What are you suggesting?
What I would suggest is Article 32, which is transfer of affordable housing funds from CPC to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, to move that up so that it would be grouped with the other CPA articles. Now, I know that 3 of them you just grouped in the consent agenda, but either after Article 24 or after Article 23. And Shopsy did discuss this and thought that this was a good idea too.
To move it up?
Yeah, so that it's all part of one kind of related discussion.
So I actually suggest the same thing, Mr. Purple.
Yes.
You didn't like it. You thought maybe not.
You know, like I said, it's fine if you want to group it together.
I think it makes sense. The more I think about it, I think it makes sense. Lisa? Sam? Chelsea?
Yeah, I like it.
Okay.
There's another point that I wanted to raise about that, which is there is not a number in Article 32. And I don't, so numbers were filled in for,
Oh, that's right.
yeah.
Correct. So normally, you know, for the ones that you either you want to leave them open or you're not sure, you put a sum of money. Obviously, we can't exceed the number that is currently in there.
And you talk, so the number would be the 52,881, which is the, or is this the, I'm really asking because I'm not clear.
It's past year, yeah.
It's, or is it the past year, which was $196,276?
It's the amount that's in the fund.
Yeah,
Now.
and so the one,
So
it's not the 196.
196 was previously approved by, correct.
And Carla doesn't know
Okay.
why it's not moved. She's got to be asked to literally make the accounting entry to take it out of one bucket and put it in the other. She's got to debit one, credit the other, right?
So-
Go ahead, Lisa.
No, no,
And
just-
she doesn't know why she's not being asked to do it. She says CPC has got to ask her to do it. And apparently Freddie has an issue with asking her to do it. So that's all I know. This was a conversation this afternoon, so that's all I know. So there's a story here. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I think that there was some things put in place on the 196 with the vote that had to take place before it got transferred. I don't think it's happened yet.
Like what?
So I'd have to go back. I actually went back, Kathy, I can't remember specifically. I know one of them was a strategic plan. I know you forwarded that, Andrew.
Got
Um, there was a couple other things that had to take place. They were looking for a couple other things, or they were gonna supply.
CPC was?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So the onus is on them to do some things before it gets transferred.
But is Article 32 for the 196
No,
or
no,
the
no.
number that's above in this warrant?
196 is 8, 10, and 11, right? Don't
Yeah.
ask me why they skipped
7,
9.
7.
Yeah,
Right,
so I think
whatever.
it's everything else. So there's probably a chunk in there that is many years accumulated because they've only moved 8, 10, 11 as far as the vote goes. And again, I don't know why you would have moved 8, 10, 11, not 9. So CPC is coming in front of us next week, so they'll be here. Right? So I'll try to get more information between now and next week as far as what's going on. I mean, this makes no sense to me. So
But this article is being requested of us to bring forward by Shopsy. So you don't know that, you don't know what you don't know what you're asking us to do?
No, we need to clarify
Okay.
that number.
So I'm confused because if it's related to the article that's above, then it should be included on the consent. If it's related to the housing number from above on this warrant. And if not, but regardless, this is a select board article, not a CPC article.
Right. This is a perspective. This is not retroactive. So the 196 are prior votes that were taken. So this is perspective, but I think it's bigger than the 52,000.
it definitely is. That's a fact.
So it's because there's money that is put in every year. You have an administrative article that breaks out, here's what's going to be put into that bucket. So there is money that is sitting there, and in conversations that I've had with Jay Talaman, there are communities that will have an article like this on the warrant every year to basically take money from the affordable housing bucket of CPC and transfer it into the trust.
So Carla gave me the number that's in the bucket a couple weeks ago. It's on an email. So don't hold me to it, but I think it's 400 something thousand dollars. I think all together, we've got about $800,000 of affordable housing money when you put everything together. Just don't hold me to it. I'm not too far off, I'm pretty sure.
So can I just add, I think this is gonna be a well-discussed article at town meeting.
Do you really?
Oh, I do. I certainly do. I think that for one thing, CPC, this has never been discussed with CPC.
Well, that's why we're going to.
Right, but what I'm saying is, prior to this being on one, if not two prior town meeting warrants, it's never been discussed with CPC, and CPC has a little bit different lay of the land than specifically Jay Talaman, is my understanding from things I've heard through their meetings. So I think at town meeting, this could turn into another big discussion.
Which is what we should discuss with CPC and try to see if we can't come to a meeting of the minds. I can see why CPC might not want this, right? Because, again, this is their bucket that we're trying to move it out of. There's a good reason to move it out of. What we did tonight was a good reason because you can use money faster, right? And that's the reason you want to do this, right? No?
No, I agree, Kathy.
Okay.
I completely agree. I just think that going to CPC and asking allows a little bit of contingency on conditions on potentially how it can be spent, as far as, there's requirements within the law that once it gets into the affordable housing bucket, they're still reporting. And again, I'm just saying things I've heard over the few years. And again, having them in is a great idea to let them explain to us why they may deem this to be an issue
Yeah.
Prior to town
At
meeting.
least know what we're heading into, right? Okay. All right. Okay. So,
So do you have a preference after 23 or after 24? Where you would like to put it?
I just think at this point to be moving articles around, I don't know. I mean, the warrants, I assume on the website, the draft warrant.
Mr. Hegarty asked today if he could put up the latest version, and he has.
I just fear that we're gonna confuse people. But
I don't think that's going to confuse too many people. I don't think people get that close.
I doubt
I wish they
that
did, but I don't think
looking,
they do.
yeah.
So I'm fine with moving it. I'm fine with not moving it. I think it makes sense logically to move it.
I just think it's gonna be a totally different type of discussion than what you have for CPC.
Well, it is different for sure, but there is a relationship. It is, trying to you're still taking money out of a CPC bucket or CPA bucket, and putting it someplace else. So I still think it's related. Okay, so this should be easy. Lisa, what do you want to do? Leave it where it is or move it?
I think where it's a select board article, again, I don't have a strong opinion, Kathy, but I think where it's a select board article versus a CPC article, I also worry about moving things and perception to some people
All right,
that,
so you want to leave it?
yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to what you're saying. Sam,
I'd move it.
Andrew,
I would move it.
and I would move it too. So let's move it. Okay. I'm gonna lose sleep over that one. Okay, so we move it, Mark, after 24. Agree? Let's not muck up Algonquin. Let's get Algonquin. Those people, let's let them. Okay, all right. Okay, so we talked about consent, we talked about movement, we talked about
Is there
the,
another one you want to move, or was?
no, I'm stopping. Okay. I'm stopping. Okay, now let's run through the articles. So if everybody agrees on the 15 consent, we could actually vote that tonight as one big package and have those with a vote, right? We get those out of the way right now. Anybody have a problem with that? Okay, Sam,
Fine.
Andrew, you're okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
Okay. All right, so I am gonna make a motion to basically support Articles 1, 2, 3. 10, 11. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 33.
Second.
Right, any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, so there's 15 supports. Okay, 5-0. All right, so we got those out of the way. Okay, now.
You just renumbered 33 though.
I did.
Yeah.
Well, I've marked. it.
See, we're already confusing ourselves. I told you.
I've marked it, so when it's moved, it will still be, yeah. You've already voted to support 5. You
But
did it.
we gotta change it to 34, right, Mark? Are you gonna?
We hadn't moved it yet. We did it based on this. Okay, all
Based-
right,
but
okay. so-
Yes, when I change the number, it will carry the support.
Carry it goes with it, yeah.
All right, and so did you already say we've already approved 5? That's the budget. We did that tonight. So that was out of the way, okay? I think we got to talk a little bit about the water budget before we vote on it. We haven't really spent too much time on it. So we should talk about that. We're not going to talk about water rates until post-town meeting. But I still think we've got to get so we'll talk about the water budget on the 7th when we've got some time to look at it. Okay.
And if we're not voting water rates until after town meeting, how is that going to impact assumptions for FY 24's water budget?
I can't answer you specifically other
Yeah.
than to say it will impact them. How about that for a
Yeah.
general answer? Okay, but we'll have that.
For next week?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and I'll talk to you before then too. Okay, all right, okay, so 7 is everybody happy with 7? Okay, all right.
So my only question is anything gonna come off of this?
I think that, I mean, generally, like, we're at a place where there's substantive changes are kind of coming too late, but I mean, I don't know if what you're thinking is anything to do to try to keep that 599 under.
We take.
That's,
Yep.
I mean, I guess that's part of it, Andrew, but I was more saying if we're not. How do I say this? Let's not have a repeat of last town meeting where we're arguing over free money,
Over what money?
free money,
What does that mean?
The donation.
the capital items.
So. We're not gonna have the answer on donations before town meeting, I don't think.
Okay.
So keep that in mind,
Okay.
okay? We'll probably have it soon thereafter, but it won't
Okay.
I
happen
see
before
what you're
town
saying.
meeting.
Okay, take them off because they're fun to be done by donations, not.
But if we're not gonna know and we're gonna leave it on and we're not gonna have free money for town meeting, then I'm fine.
I'm trying to get the MOU done, so that we,
No, I
one thing at a time.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got to sit up there. Okay, all right, so. We want to vote on Article 7 as it is?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so Andrew, why don't you start making the motion? Sam, you second them so we can get this done fast, okay?
Okay. So you want to start with Article 7?
Yep.
I move that the select board support at town meeting Articles 7 in the current draft of the warrant.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor? 5-0.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, 8 is the
I-
borrowing
Yeah.
capital one. Okay, go ahead, Andrew.
I move that the select board support at town meeting Article 8 as printed in the current draft warrant.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, now let's talk about the next one for a second. Chelsea was right with what she said earlier, which is there's nothing that affects the budget as far as breakneck. That's coming later. We're just approving the overall issuance of debt of up to what, $2.2 million or so?
Yes.
Okay. I think that one's got to get discussed by someone at town meeting. I don't think you just go up there and expect that to just fly through, right? And Carl Geyer is going to be there. I'm sure he's going to want to hear more. So what do we want? I mean, this is our article, right?
Yes.
We're the sponsor. So I think what we should start doing too is figuring out who's going to talk about as many of these as we can tonight, so people can start getting prepared as to what they want to say. But I think this has got to be, somebody's got to get up and really explain this.
Well, and I also, from my perspective, I think this was sticker shock for me.
Oh,
And this is not a number that we have been even thinking about. So one of the questions that I have is based on the ACO that we have, what is the timing to do this? And I think somebody needs to vet the number. The number probably is what it is, but I still think we need to have some public discussion around it. And if we have until fall town meeting to do it, I think we need to.
I'm with you.
Okay.
Okay, so I think we have definitely pointed out enough that we know we're gonna have a fall town meeting. Anybody disagree with that statement? So, so you're saying take it off and do it in the
Yeah,
fall.
I
I
think-
agree.
I
I mean,
think
this has popped up.
This
so
is a
last minute.
huge number. And, is this something that we can work with some of our legislatures on helping us with fun? Is there another option for us to vet?
You heard what Jim McGovern
I
said
did.
that day.
Yeah,
Tell
he
us,
did.
This will be a really good one, I think, for Jim McGovern.
Right. So I think, I don't, if we have time on our side, I'm in favor of moving this to fall.
Is anybody gonna give us a hard time taking this off? It's our call, right?
Well,
No.
Well, we
it's
have-
not our call.
We have dates in the ACO, which I don't know,
Right.
That we have to,
comply with.
We have to comply with.
Yeah.
okay, and comply means hire the contractor? What does
There
comply
are
mean?
deadlines that we need to meet.
Okay,
Right.
so can, we?
Yes.
On, okay.
No, we can, yeah. I
Look
mean,
and see if we push it to town, fall town meeting, we're still okay. as far as
Melissa
we're concerned.
Danz, I can work with her and see on the dates.
But we agree that if we can move it, we're gonna move it.
I think we should.
Okay, I agree. Okay. All right. Okay, that's that one. We've already talked about 10, 11. Next one is to accept, this is a good, okay, so we know what these two are, right? We're gonna come back, we've got work to do as far as the language goes, as far as so we'll come back to those, okay? We know what those are. Algonquin's the next one. Ready for that one? Okay, that's the debt. We're basically approving the debt to fund it. And I assume that somebody's gonna get up there from school and do a quick presentation. Right? So we don't have to do that. They do. Okay. Right, you ready?
I move that the select board support at town meeting Article 14 as printed in the current draft warrant.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? 5-0. Okay, okay, we've got everything covered all the way down to 24, which again is related to Algonquin. Okay, so
Yeah, CPC's meeting this evening and should have the language. Hopefully, it's already been voted. I should have it tomorrow.
okay, so they'll present this one, right?
Do we know the number? That's,
No.
we don't,
About
okay.
255, Lisa, is what they talked about when I went to the meeting where they were actually talking about doing this. So it's something around 255. Okay. Okay, so we can wait on this one till we actually see the language.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Okay, let's wait on Hopkinton, so we can have no discussion about that one. We did trees already tonight, right? So we voted 5-0 on that one. Tree maintenance fund. Okay, so Chelsea, what do you want to do here?
So, I hope to have an update next Tuesday. Is that fair?
Yeah, it's what do you mean by an update? What are you gonna have?
So,
Because you know, we add $1 to, we go over the.
I understand. I understand. So, I've been working with Mimi on this, with the language. And I'm working with Mark on the funding.
Can we do it in the fall?
Let me see what I can,
Let me tell you why. I actually, now I'll be serious about it. We'll know much more about the budget in the fall.
I
as far as
understand.
the other things that truly affect the tax rate.
yeah. Let me finish up what I was doing with Mark
Okay,
and see. I mean, I don't want to impact the tax rate, so that I'm trying to do it without impacting the tax rate. Okay?
all right. So
Okay.
it's in your court.
Yeah.
The other thing too, remember, we'll have this first batch of trees totally done, paid for, so we may have some ARPA money we could use for this too. We decide not to use that yet, so I'm trying to give you.
I'm,
Okay, all right.
we're on the same wavelength
Okay.
here. Okay.
Should I be concerned?
No. Oh, I don't know. I shouldn't say that.
Concerned about me?
I know about my pet project.
Do we want to
No,
wait?
I'm actually not gonna go there. I want that for the next fiscal year, Sam.
Okay.
Do we want to wait to town meeting for scenic roads based on what we said tonight?
Yes.
Okay, so that's going to be it.
At town meeting.
Yeah,
That's
that's what,
my preference.
yeah. Everybody okay with that one? Get, based on what we said tonight? Listen to what the, let's see what they've got to say, okay? All right, the next one, these are all three are Melissa's.
Yes.
Okay, and we didn't ask to hear from her, so we're kind of done with what we're going to hear. So are we ready to vote on these?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, yep.
all right, so Andrew, why don't you just bunch them all?
We're talking about
29, 30, and 30.
31.
Okay. I move that the select board support at town meeting articles 29, 30, and 31 as printed in the current draft warrant.
Second,
Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, 5-0, Mark. Another one.
Mhm.
We're doing good. Okay, so we got those. We've already talked about the next one, which is CPC, affordable housing. We've already done consent on the next one. So okay, now we're citizens petitions. Okay, so before we get into these, which of these, we're already going to see James Worley on the 7th, and we're going to see CPC on the 7th. That's all that's coming on the 7th. Is there any other ones that we want to hear from as far as the 11 citizens petitions?
I mean, should we give everybody an opportunity to make their pitch to us?
There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
It's-
Well, I definitely want to get Heidi Davis in here so that we can maybe explain to her that she doesn't really need to go through what she's doing. She could just ask us to do what she wants us to do. I don't know that going to town meeting is going to get a different answer is my point. And again, I wasn't on select board when you guys did who was on the select board when you did so you were, Lisa was.
Yeah,
So I don't know what's new about what she wants, but why not hear her out?
yeah, it is more restrictive
It
now,
is.
certainly. So I was a push to support the prior one. It's not clear to me what the science says at this point. And this to me is a bridge too far, as they say, but I'm interested in hearing if she's got any new data. So,
Okay, so we want to try to bring her in
Yeah,
here and
yeah.
then maybe explain to her that the citizen petition route is not going to be any more effective than her coming and talking to us.
Which is
'Cause
the
that's just-
case-
They're asking us, she's asking the town to ask us to do this, so just ask us.
which is the case for several of these.
I know,
actually, So.
I know. So I started off with two that I thought were kind of no brainer as far as trying to get somebody
Yep.
in here, so we can get those two. Okay, so we'll either have her the 7th or the 21st. 7th doesn't look too bad right now, so.
See
we'll-
if we can do 7th.
Okay, all right, so you'll take care of that, talking to her. Okay, so that's two of them. Okay, let's talk about the Parkerville Road speed signs.
Well, is this under the same category of, instead of having an article to say the select board has to do it, you can just come and
Yeah,
explain, I think this might be a nice idea and as part of the ordinary budget cycle to address it in that way.
which he has done actually, but
I think part of the thing too is that one of the articles talks about 3 signs, the other one talks about $18,000. Signs, I think installed are about 9,000 apiece, so the math doesn't work. But again, that's something that should be here, unless you're looking to amend a budget. And that may have been the route that should have taken to try to amend a budget to include the money in there to do this. But this is what we have.
but even if you amend a budget, doesn't guarantee that money's gonna go.
That's
for
exactly right.
whatever
It
is.
doesn't.
That's
Yeah,
right.
so,
So what if we, I mean, sometimes if there's no downside, why don't we ask Peter if he'd be willing to, what do you do this time? You just, it's too late to take them off, right?
It is. yeah.
Okay, so he'd have to definitely postpone. So definitely postpone in that we will assure him that when we have a new DBW head hired, that we will ask him to take a look at driver feedback signs in totality.
I agree.
Not just, I mean, Parkerville has 25, they've got speed bumps. And I've said, we've got driver feedback on Pioneer Road, it does no good. They, boom. So I wish, if the DPW head will have an opinion on this and he'll be able to talk more, coherently than we can as far as whether they work or not. But if we could promise him that, I'd promise him that we at least bring it up and have a discussion about it, right?
Yeah, no, Kathy, I think that makes a lot of sense. I've heard a lot of feedback from people that it said exactly what you just said. There's already there's already a 25 mph. You're hearing from the other side of Parkerville now that's
know.
saying, we don't even have that.
That's right.
So, but again, it's a bigger discussion on a lot of roads.
It's not the only road that
including Pine
needs
Hill.
help,
Oak
so
Hill?
why-
Yeah,
Yes.
there's a slew. So I think it's a broader discussion. So I completely agree.
Yes.
And if it's clear that we're not prepared to move until a new DPW director comes in, this is moot.
Right, and maybe we just say that,
Regardless.
we really aren't, that our plan is to talk to the DPW head, so even if this were to pass,
doesn't make
you're
a
gonna get to the same answer if you let us, and in this way, we'll save some time.
Exactly.
The goal is to try to get the town meeting done on Saturday, right? We want 2 sessions. Jim says it's, another $5,000, we go to Monday. And you're gonna have such a different crowd on Monday night that you will on Saturday, so we really need to try to get this done.
And we share his concern. The
Yeah.
question is, how do you get it done?
Yep.
And that's not clear.
And I don't, we can tell Peter that too. We really are concerned about this not
Yeah.
getting done. Okay. All right, so that's 4 of them. Then we've got the 2 that, is it 2 or 3 that relate to the rec?
To dispatch. Yeah.
We got Bonnie's and we've got Kyle's, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I definitely, so Bonnie, you want to come in next Tuesday and talk to us? No, you don't? So he, I don't know what his cutoff is. Yeah, but he is, pre-town meeting is next Monday at 6 o'clock at Senior Center. Okay. Say that again? Okay. The draft that. Yeah. Well, it did
It
change.
did change
Yeah.
based on this board's feedback, so it will be available tonight. Well, we sign it tonight, so
We're gonna sign it tonight.
it'll be available after we sign it.
All right, so.
Yeah.
Do we want to invite Kyle?
Yeah,
Okay. All right. So can you invite Kyle? Sure. So at some point, we're gonna have to go to the 21st to get some of these in, but let's stick with 7th for a moment. Okay, the next one, I'm jumping a little bit. Patty
Can I ask
Fuel.
a Question of the timing that you were suggesting, would this be like the printed warrant would say vote at town meeting, but we would still have people come in
We'll
on
still have it on the screen, so,
Okay.
it's still good. So the only one so far we're not gonna vote on is the, scenic roads, right? So the screen will still show, which is what people are gonna look at. They're not gonna be flipping through the warrant to see what the vote is. They'll look up there and see what it is, right? So the screen will show our vote, even if we vote on the 21st, it's gonna show our vote. So we can still vote on the 21st and have the screen show our vote. Okay, and advisory's doing the same thing too. They're gonna have some votes after the,
So don't worry too much about what the printed warrant versus.
well, okay, I'm one
Worry
person.
a little bit.
I mean, we
All right.
do
I
as
like
much
the
as we
printed-
can,
Yeah.
which is what we're trying to do tonight, but we just may not get them all. I'd rather do it right
Well,
than.
that's why I was just gonna point out articles 43 and 44 that I think we can vote on.
We vote on those tonight? We could.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, okay, let's stick with, PWPB. So this is Patty Fiore's, article where she wants to change she wants to ask us, and we've confirmed this is an advisory too. She knows that too. She's asking select board to basically go to the legislature and either do a new special act or modify the special act. I'm not sure which way you do it to, change the appointing authorities so that it's instead of 2 planning board, 3 moderator, it's going to be 4 planning board and 1 board of health.
So it says health department.
Yeah.
Okay. she'll
So
have-
I'm doing some due diligence on that.
Patty said that she was gonna modify that, amend that at town meeting to say Board of Health.
Okay, okay.
That's
I
it.
was not aware. I have not contacted her on this.
I ran into her the other day and she mentioned that
Okay.
she figured
Yeah.
out that was not the right
Yeah, okay.
label there.
By the way, Kelly Roney did a good post this week on what is appropriate as far as amending articles. It's very, it was very legal, very well written, so it's worth reading. Okay, so we should have her in, I think. Okay, so we'll have Patty in. Okay,
We should also probably talk to Mr. Semino about that too.
Yeah, so we should probably invite him.
Yeah.
Invite her.
Yep.
Okay.
And I was planning on asking Ms. Fiore to come to a Board of Health meeting too, so that I think this is new territory for us. We don't appoint
Yeah.
anyone that I'm aware of.
I don't know why.
I mean,
she's
other
on Board
than
of Health.
an employee. So I think we need to understand that too. So that's my
Thank you.
goal.
Okay. Okay, let's talk about Mr. Perry's 3 articles. Where's the
35.
Two
35,
articles.
there it is. Okay, so we've got 35, which is the zoning change on Route 9 between
3, so
Woodland and Walgreens, that section right there. And then we've got the 2 that he wants a forensic investigation of the park project. And then he wants to cease all work on St. Mark's Road project. So I don't think we need to hear any more from Mr. Perry. We actually know how he thinks, I think, right? I don't know what he thinks. So do you want to go ahead and vote on 43 and 44 first? Tonight,
Yep.
take a position?
Yep.
You want to? Okay, so you want to do 43 first?
I move that the select board support at town meeting Article 43 as printed in the draft warrant.
second,
Any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Okay, so 0-5, no support. Okay, Andrew, 44.
I move that the select board support at town meeting Article 44 as printed in the draft warrant.
second,
Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? Okay. Okay, all not in favor?
Yeah.
Okay, 0-5 on that one. So those 2 we took care of. Okay, now, do we want to wait to hear from planning board as far as the zoning one?
I
I don't know what they're going to say.
I
Yeah,
would
but
be interested
that's-
in.
Okay.
that's their
Okay.
purview.
So that one might be at town meeting.
I
depending-
think it will be. They normally leave their hearings open
Yep.
until town meeting.
Yeah.
I don't think they've started hearings.
They have not. No. So at town meeting? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, what have I missed?
Well, you get the other citizen.
Oh, the
petition.
voting age.
Yeah.
So we want to wait to hear from him. He'll be in.
Yeah. Yeah.
He'll be in next Tuesday, so we can hear from him. And Andrew Pfaff has got it interesting. He's checked with town council. Have you heard about this? He said, do you want to ask him if he wants to amend this? So it includes, in the US, you've got to be a citizen to vote.
Mhm.
No green cards vote, no visas vote. You've got to be a citizen. It's gonna be a naturalized citizen, but you got to be a citizen to vote in the US, right? Apparently, you could modify this to include people who live here,
Non-citizens.
who are not citizens,
Yeah,
right?
yep.
Like, I've got a couple of people in my office who live
Yep,
here, they have
yep.
green cards, so they can't vote.
Yep, yep.
So I don't know, we can bring that up with him, but
But I think Jay's opinion was that you can do that, but you can't amend this article to
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah,
so they'd have to be separate.
So
okay,
it's
that's
gonna
off the
have to,
table.
it's gonna
Okay.
have to be a separate article.
Okay,
Yeah.
so now in the four
Yeah.
corners.
Yeah.
All right, so he's coming in. Well, we can talk to him and then take a vote on that one. So we got to him. Okay,
What about the other dispatch article?
he's gonna come in.
Kyle's coming in.
Okay, yep.
I,
Okay.
I also thought it would be good to, for the voting age article, to also hear from Jim Hegarty about the administrative. Yeah,
All right, so can we ask Jim to come in with Kyle on the 7th? James.
James Nichols Worley.
Sorry,
That's it.
James.
Yep.
It is
So-
after 11. Yes, with James. So
Yeah.
James and Jim.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're not going to hear from Bonnie. So her article is to ask us to exercise our right of withdrawal from the Metro West rec by June 1st. That's the gist of it, right? Okay, so do you guys want to vote on that tonight or you want to wait? I think we've already been doing this, but I still think it's kind of weird that we vote on articles where someone's asking us to do something, instead of just sitting there and letting them decide whether they want to ask us to do it, and then we take it up and decide whether we're going to do it or not. But it's fine. I know we've always voted on them, but I know,
Can we wait till the 7th?
sure.
Because I think there's a phone call this week. I'd like to hear the results of that as well before we take a position.
What phone call is that?
EPA.
EPA.
Oh, that's right, that's right.
Yeah, so I'd like to
Fine.
hear any results, if there's any updates that Chelsea may have in between. So thank you.
So I've got to get this agenda done without you.
No, we've got, yeah, I'm gonna give you a draft tomorrow.
So you're here tomorrow.
I'm here for the morning tomorrow.
Okay, so you give me a draft and then I'll
Yes.
work with Vanessa.
Yep.
Yep. And Melanie. Okay. All right, so we got through them all. We got that done.
Yeah.
All right, okay. All right, everybody happy with what we did, got done?
Yes.
Okay. Interesting night. Okay, so there's no, yep, there's no public comment now, so we're done.
Motion to adjourn?
Yes, motion to adjourn?
Second.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna sign it after we adjourn. Yes,
We
we've
voted,
got a
voted previously.
photo that Mark's gonna hand us and we're gonna sign it. Okay, so motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?